the Utah State Charter School Board meeting. Today is September 12th. It is 9:03 a.m. And I want to get started just because we have a tight agenda. We want to have lots of time to accomplish each of the elements on our agenda that we have planned. So let's begin. And we will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, which Member Bassett will lead us in that. And we have flags in place.
We're ready. Please
All right.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. One of the key elements this morning that we are really excited about is the swearing in of new member Biesinger, having gone through all of those confirmations and all that work that we are ready to begin. But we have Rich Nye, who is coming from the governor's office to do that swearing in. Only certain folks have the authority to do so, and so we know that that's coming. So I'm going to may work around that a little bit till we see Rich here. Do we have anyone with any public comment? Anyone who signed up for public comment here or online? I'm being told no, so we will continue. And I have the thought today, and we were talking about just a little bit ago. My thought today, just brief, because we have just a short time in this opening. I just have a brief thought, but all around choice. That's all of us around this table are individuals who support choices for families, particularly around educational opportunities. We are happy for families who choose to homeschool their children. We're happy for them that making that choice for their families that's most appropriate for them. We're happy for families who choose district schools, that may be the best choice for them. We are happy that they choose our charter schools. We know they have great options in the charter community as well, those schools that we've authorized and others that we know they have great choices, and we cheer for that opportunity, or for private schools, whatever choices, parochial schools as well. In this state, we have really great choices in each of those categories, and we're happy for them to do that. We're happy for families who within the school then want choices of teachers who work hard to make sure their child has the right teacher for them. And sometimes a family will say, Miss Ellen is not the best teacher for my oldest child, but then the youngest child comes and says, that's the right teacher. That's the way my child learns, is the way Miss Allen teaches. And so to have that input and be able to make some choices is important. So choice is not only for the wide umbrella of types of school, but I also like within a school that we think about choices for children. And for a lot of years I thought, what is our purpose as educators? And I kind of come to that point of saying that our purpose is to give children choices. If kids can't read and write, their choices are limited. If they can't do mathematics, their choices are limited. We don't decide what they're going to choose, but we give them the tools, the opportunity to make choices. And I love this quotation that says, the essence of our effort to see that every child has a chance must be to assure each an equal opportunity, not to choose to become equal, but to become different, to realize whatever unique potential of body, mind, and spirit he or she possesses. So each individual child, we support their own individual choices and their own unique direction, and that's so important to us. And so just something to think about as we approach education as educators, that we're here to give folks choices and to allow them the opportunity to grow as individuals in the way that they want to grow. I think that's such an important consideration as we think that through. I didn't take the time, but perfect timing that I did, to say welcome to Member Carey from the State Board of Education, that he always is really good to be here and support us and to be a part of this charter and to liaison with us with the State Board. We also want to welcome, in addition to all of our board members, we want to welcome, and I think probably our last time maybe in this meeting, or next to the last time, for us to welcome Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings to this meeting as well, and what a great support she's been. I'm going to just, my own personal privilege for 30 seconds or so to say, I remember when Angie was first hired. And I'm going to say this is complimentary. I will tell you that superintendents and others are kind of a hard group to crack. They're dubious and skeptical of everyone. Is that true, Angie? That's fair? Yeah. Very, very fair to say. Partly because of who hired her, and that is Angie, and they weren't sure they were going to like her. But that doubt dissipated quickly. Because one of Angie's great superpowers is the ability to listen carefully, to learn, to bring people together. She does that. She brings people together and builds coalitions and builds strength and builds for the future. We weren't sure she, what does she know really about public education? Guess what? I'd stack her up against anybody today. She knows a lot. And she has helped to create positive, good direction in this state. And we'll miss her in the K-12 sector, but we know she's going to the USHE office. I said that to someone yesterday. They said, what's USHE? So the Utah System of Higher Education. She's going to the Utah System of Higher Education. She's just taking our kids and helping them to grow into the future as a deputy commissioner, and we'll help to do that. And we wish you the very best, and know that we still know how to find you, and you haven't escaped us. We still appreciate you so much for all the work you've done. Thank you, Angie. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Yeah, thanks. All right. Let us continue through perhaps, as we wait for Rich to come, maybe let's move to the consent calendar. That's also in this morning agenda. Are there any items on that consent calendar members would like to pull? Not seeing any, I would be happy to entertain a motion relative to our consent calendar.
Chair, I move that we approve the items on the consent calendar.
Thank you. So a motion by Member Olson to pass the items on this consent calendar. May I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Second from Member Bassett. Thank you so much. Any discussion about any of that? Consent? Not seeing any other, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to pass those consent calendar items, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? No, that passes unanimously. Thank you all. That work can then continue around those consent items. Maybe let's move to, yeah, would you, because we have a couple of guests coming, and Director Kramer has a report for us. Let's move to that report, and then we can go back to the others as they arrive. All right.
Great. Thank you for the inspiration with choices in education, Chair Bowles. Greatly appreciated. Associate Executive Director will just cast some slides that'll just organize the Executive Director's report today. I'll get started. One of the things was just also from the team at the State Charter School Board was to say thank you, Angie Stallings, for your work and contributions. I was a little bit nervous to approach you at first because you're super intelligent, you're very knowledgeable and skilled. I just was. It took us like a couple months, and then it just took one text to know that you were so approachable and just so available all the time. And so that's one of the things that we all, as the team and staff and the board, on behalf of the board, just want to say for your active engagement in our meetings and in the public charter school movement. We'll miss you, but we know that you're on to some really amazing things. The next item is just Dr. Rich Nye, although he's not here. This is an appointment that we see from the governor, and I'm just going to say how thrilled we are to have his expertise. He's been in position just for a little over 2 months. Here he is. Good timing. So, Dr. Nye, good to have you here. We're in the executive director's report. I'm just talking briefly about you, and Chair Bowles, you want to move into that now? Yeah, great.
Because Rich is here.
Yep.
And this is a good time for us to say welcome to Rich as part of this meeting and to his new position. And I can tell you, Rich, did you hear the thundering woo across the nation, excitement of you being appointed to the governor's office? He will be a tremendous representative for us. He's been in this office before, and you know, most recently superintendent in the Granite School District, and has just done a tremendous job. I've long admired Rich, and so we're so fortunate to have Rich here with us today, and we invite you to come frequently. We'd love to have you, and if there are things that we can do to support you in your work and things that you need from us, know that we're always open to do that, Rich. And today he's come for a very important purpose. We are so happy to have Member Clint Biesinger now having gone through his confirmation hearings and ready to take his position as a voting member, though he has contributed tremendous amount up to this point as far as giving advice and helping us. We are happy now to be able to swear him in, and Dr. Rich Nye has come to do that from the governor's office, and we think that Rich and Clint, that the flags as a background would be a great photo op for those who have their phones out ready to go. Thanks, Marie. And we can put that on our website and other places. So.
just going to briefly put this behind you, gentlemen,
You need to block the door.
and I'm going to shut the door. We want all the pomp and circumstance. Yes. If you need microphone, this one you would just pull down if you want it. It does stream.
So I think it'll pick up from there, Rich.
Pretty
You'll
good.
be okay.
Okay. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Clint Biesinger,
Having been appointed to the State Charter School Board,
having been appointed to the State Charter School Board,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
That is official. Sign off here, and then I'll leave.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah. That's always a nice thing. We hate to have, you know, we miss folks who leave us, but we're also very excited for folks who are joining us and continuing the work that we do here. So, I've moved over a mic, but it worked just great. So, let's continue while they finish that little bit of paperwork they need to finish. And if Dr. Kramer will just continue his report.
You got it.
All right.
Thank you. It's so exciting, and appreciate the governor's office, Dr. Rich Nye being here, newly appointed, newly in the role, and has said in numerous times, can't wait to work with the State Charter School Board and get to the meetings when he can and get to these things. So very excited. Some committee updates. And just wanted to, before we do that, Ed might be before me. I can do the committee updates.
Is
and
he
then I'll
here?
take
Not yet.
Amy?
So you go
Is he
ahead.
here or no? He is here?
Oh.
Okay. So I can do these committee updates, take a pause,
Sure.
and then he come in?
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Chair Bowles. Thank you, Chair Bowles. So committee updates are brief, and then we'll move back to an agenda item that was previous with Leverage Ed. The executive committee just continues to provide continued support and leadership for the associate executive director and myself. It shows up in numerous meetings, texts, phone calls, emails. It's a steady stream of support and leadership. And so we've taken the direction from the executive committee on numerous things. The authorization committee was active this last month and did some work related to the bilateral agreements that we just approved, yay, in the consent agenda item. And then they also took up a conversation on micro schools and what they might look like in the public charter school sector. And that's an additional meeting or meetings will be needed to really understand how we fit into this space. In the Finance Committee, Member Biesinger got busy as he's a member of the Finance Committee and spent well over an hour of his time and commitment to the Carry Forward Spend Plan, which is on the agenda later today. And so thank you for your work, and we'll give a little bit more detail on that in a later agenda item. And then we do have an Innovation Committee, and soon to be coming is an innovation report. And so that's something that we know that our Innovation Committee is yet to be aware of that we need their help with. But once we lay down the SOS message, we're looking forward for their leadership, their guidance, and their committee work on a innovation report, the first time ever for the State Charter School Board. So with that, Chair Bowles, I'll pause the Executive Director's report so we can return to an agenda item that was previous.
All right. And we're just finishing up that little bit of paperwork, but as we do that, thank you so much, everyone. We will, in fact, do you want me?
I am starting.
All right, yeah, you're going to start this one, and knowing that we're now at the item, thank you for being flexible as we jump back and forth, just so we keep our on time. We're at the point of talking about one of our new partners, Leverage Ed.
We met Leverage Ed at the National Charter School Institute, actually in the hotel lobby. We were in sessions with them, so we were already getting to know the team at Leverage Ed, but it's in the lobby of the hotel where you get all the business done, and we said we really should be working together. And from there, our friendship and our partnership continued to grow. Leverage Ed has the mission to invest in the success of education leaders because they believe that they can accelerate the growth of thriving school systems and transform entire communities. On our team, Amy Pace has taken the lead in our work with Leverage Ed, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Amy, just so you can continue setting up Leverage Ed.
Yes, thank you. I'm so excited to introduce the team that we're working with at Leverage Ed. We have Dr. Richard Siegler Carter, James Dinahan, Kristen Jefferson, and Dr. Megan McKay are the people that we're working with. I'm going to let Richard speak to what we're working with as far as our projects, but I just have to share my excitement with the board. These guys are amazing, and the work that we are doing is going to change our schools. So Richard, take it away.
Of course, thank you, and thank you, fellow board members, for including us and having us today in your session. I'm Dr. Richard Siegler Carter. I am the Managing Director here at the Leverage Ed Foundation, joined by my colleague, Amy Dinahan. who is our Director of Program Development. Our Executive Director, Dr. Megan McKay, should be joining us shortly, but I will just introduce who we are and what we're aiming to accomplish in her stead. We started Leverage Ed 6 years ago. We are a non-profit operating foundation. So when most people hear foundations, they think we give grants and, monetary grants. We actually give grants through acts of service. So any partner that we contract with, we do not accept a fee. Everything we do is pro bono at no cost to the participant. We do that, similar to what Dr. Kramer said, because we believe that the barrier to entry should not be dollars and cents, right? We have school communities across our country who are investing in the great work of teaching and learning and hoping to transform communities. And oftentimes the barrier they reach is that they can't afford the services from the quote unquote experts that are selling their goods and services. And we do not wish to have that barrier. As Dr. Kramer said, we met each other in Chicago back in April. And we have launched a pilot program. We currently have it in Connecticut, where we are working with their charter association, with their emerging leaders, to really upskill and give them more facility and capacity around leading and managing themselves, leading and managing others, and leading and managing systems. And so we recently kicked off our cohort with our folks there in Utah on Tuesday. And we will be on the ground for a first in-person workshop week, Wednesday, actually. So we're very excited. This program is about a year long, a full school year. And the program consists of multiple aspects. First and foremost, we have a partnership with the Harvard School of Education and Harvard Business School. They have launched a certificate program through HBX, and that basically is a asynchronous virtual learning experience that is really meant to give them a bit more context as to how to lead more effectively in their communities. And so through our partnership with Harvard, all 4 participants will be taking a Harvard course during this experience. Again, the participants are not paying for that. We will then go into our first in-person workshop, but there will be personalized site visits to where my team will be on the ground with the school leader to really think about what problems or practice are they experiencing and how best to reach them where they are. We do not come to the work with a 5-point bulleted agenda as to what it is the participant has to do. We invest our time in learning who they are, what challenges they're facing, what problems they're trying to solve, and then we tailor our feedback and our experience to them. There's nothing worse than a consultant, which we do not view ourselves as, coming in with a thing or a product and say, hey, unilaterally, this thing should work. That does not work. What does work is a really keen investment in people first, and then the work second. Then we also have virtual coaching sessions. So after we leave, we do not have the hubris to believe that one and done works. And so after we leave their school sites and after we deliver our in-person professional development, we then work with them virtually to really think about how to keep the work moving forward until the next visit. To ensure that we are maximally effective, we will be administering a survey both for you all to assess us and for the participants to assess us to make sure that we are delivering on the promises that we've made. And if for some reason we are not, we can pivot very quickly to make sure that we are meeting everyone's expectations. But with that, I'm happy to open up the floor for questions.
Questions from anyone? Go ahead, Member Spiker.
So what are our expectations, let's say, for the first 6 months working and partnering with you? And what does that look like for our school leaders? Which leaders are identified or can access, or do they choose, do they opt in to work with you? So I guess this is a joint question between staff and just moving forward.
Sure. We did put out an application, so anyone was welcome to apply, and everyone had an opportunity to interview. During that interview, we asked very standard questions to get to know the candidate a bit more intimately, to understand the schools in which they were leading, some of the problems that they were trying to solve, and to really gauge whether or not mutually it would be a good fit. I can tell you that we are very sensitive to the idea that leaders are very busy. And the last thing they need is additional busy work when they're already having the heroic job of leading their communities. And so we went through the application process. We interviewed everyone. We have transcripts of the interview to make sure we share with Dr. Kramer and his team to make sure there are no biases embedded in that. From the interview, we communicate our decision to the candidates. There was only one candidate that we did not move forward with, and that was because that candidate is not a school leader full-time. They split their time in the classroom and running a part of their building, and so we felt like the investment of time wasn't appropriately matched at the current moment, but we will and do offer what we call office hours for life. So if that candidate, for example, had a question for Leverage Ed, we would be more than happy to jump on a Zoom call at any moment to answer that question. That's something that we hold deeply in terms of our values and our belief. So we do have office hours for life, but the people who we didn't move forward with, after that, we had, as I mentioned on Tuesday, our kickoff call. All the applicants have applied to the HVX program. All the applicants have been accepted. And I believe the course launches on October 9th. And so that is something that they can look forward to. And that program, I will say, does require the applicants to invest heavily, about 4 to 5 hours a week, because Harvard does have very concrete deadlines. Every Wednesday at 1 p.m. Central Time, their module assignments are due. After the module assignments are due, there is an hour-long virtual brief that we engage in to make sure that if they have any questions about what they have learned, we are available to answer them and to make sure that they're then able to kind of code switch and translate what they've learned into their practice. And we believe that is helpful to, number one, build community across the leaders that we've accepted, number one. Number two, to answer any questions. And number three, to really make sure that if there are any barriers to entry, we can solve them very quickly before they try to practice those things with their school communities. All in all, in a given week, post the Harvard experience, leaders should expect to spend maybe 2 to 3 hours a week investing in the materials that we either send them and we craft together.
Fabulous. Additional questions, someone? Others have? I'll ask one question, and it's maybe too early to respond, so this may be a question with an answer at a later date. So I'm also curious, I suspect, and I love that you said you don't have the hubris to believe that you're going to just one size fits all. Thank you so much. I so agree with that, and I've always tried to look at those unique individual needs as well. But I'm also curious, I suspect that there are many similar kinds of concerns, problems, challenges for schools across the nation, but Utah may have some unique challenges. And so as time progresses, and maybe you have a sense of that right now, if not, eventually in our partnership, I would really love to hear what are the unique challenges that Utah schools have that maybe if we're not aware, we should be aware of those and support our schools in those unique ways. So that's kind of a statement question.
Your point, we are still learning, and one of the values we hold as an organization is our commitment to learning, and just ourselves, right? We are a learning organization, a thinking organization. So as we engage with the lovely folks there in Utah, we will be asking ourselves some very tough questions about what do we know, what don't we know, who should we be talking to, and what should we be asking and learning. But what we have learned so far, which is heartening in some sense, because the problems that the leaders who have been accepted have shared with us so far are not dissimilar from the problems that we are hearing from other leaders that we support. I should mention that part of Leverage Ed, we have about 110 other leaders that we support, and these leaders, most of whom are executives. And so these are charter school chief schools officers, executive directors, CEOs, and when they engage in problems of practice, we note oftentimes that the problems that they face usually fall into 3 distinct buckets, as I mentioned before. Leading people, right? Because that is just a really difficult, challenging thing to do. Leading themselves and leading systems. And embedded within that, of course, is everything from how do I retain the talent that I have? How do I give practice adjusting feedback? How do I partner with my community to make sure that parents are truly partners? How do I build systems that are scalable and not built around a person? So if that person leaves, then the whole system kind of falls apart. So again, we recognize that, of course, there is some nuance there and things will change based on who you are serving and where you are serving. But so far, what we've noticed is problems, based on the interviews at least, kind of fit nicely in those three buckets.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. And I suspect as you get to know us better and we go into the future, there'll be more, we can continue to have those kind of conversations of how we can, at our level, best support schools as well. So thank you so much. And what a great place to partner. If any of you have partnered ever or had work with Harvard, it's even wonderful to travel to Boston, especially during baseball season, I think. I love going to
actually, I
Fenway.
would love to give to Fenway Park, yes. Actually, our executive director, Megan McKay, is actually, Dr. Megan McKay, excuse me, is on the line now. She's
Wonderful.
actually in Boston, going
Fabulous.
to Harvard today. So
So
I
fabulous.
would love if you could introduce yourself and say hello.
Great.
Megan, are you there?
I am here. I was just I'm on my phone and somehow I can't figure out how to put my face on there. But hi, it's nice to see all of you. And yes, indeed, I am in Boston right now and I'm about to go to a convening around innovative schools and different models of schools.
Oh, great.
Just all, yeah, so always great to learn from other people.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for joining with us. We're looking forward to a partnership. Thanks. Yeah. Last time I was in Boston,
too.
yeah, my good friend Quinn Christensen, I saw at the airport. Her husband was Clayton, the late Clayton Christensen, who was on the Harvard Business
Yes.
School, and others, David Bednar, Kim Clark, that we know as well, who are members of that business school faculty. So we're really happy to continue that connection and have great respect for that opportunity. And we love the people with whom we're partnering. So they've been bragging a lot
Yep.
about you.
We're very
Good to hear.
grateful. And that's good to hear. And as we mentioned before, we encourage open and honest feedback. And so we do not need to wait for a formal evaluation process for you all to share the things that you believe are working and not working. We would love to hear that as soon as possible so that we can make adjustments in real time.
Fabulous. Others? All right. I'm thinking we don't have questions, that's actually a good sign. They're saying, we feel
That's great.
comfortable, let's move forward, let's do that. And so I
All
think
right.
Director Kramer would like to have closing words from our side at least. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You can see why we are so excited to be working with Leverage Ed Foundation. And Amy, for your work with them. You work most closely with them, so thank you. The Launchpad Leadership Development Program is a very tight, systematic, organized program. And Amy Pace has the names of the schools and the leaders, so it might be good just for our board to hear which schools are in the Launchpad Leadership Development Program. So Amy?
Yeah, I'm excited. We met, like Richard said, we met with these folks earlier this week. The participants are Director Justin Blasco at Vista School in St. George, Kelly Lockwood at City Academy, Casey Weaver at Maria Montessori School, and Angela Fanjul, and I'm sorry if I butchered that name, at Dual Immersion. It's a really interesting group of people, a wide variety of school types, and I can tell that we're all going to be able to learn so much from each other as well as from the folks at Leveraged Ed.
Thank you. We've met and worked with these professionals at the schools and truly leaders that can change communities, especially when we invest in them. And the return is going to be for our students in Utah. We're excited. There is also a more fluid aspect of the work that we're doing with Leverage Ed, and that includes their support for those that moved from the proposal to the application phase. And so Leverage Ed has offered up not a program, but the support to help us support, those that moved from proposal to applicant. So we're excited about that as well. Thank you, Leverage Ed, for being here today. We appreciate all of you, and we'll see you here in Utah next week.
I'll see you on Wednesday.
Fabulous.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. All right. And I suspect Dr. Kramer has more of his report he would like to continue.
So keep it going.
So great.
Looks like we have 15, 20 minutes, and we probably do have 15 minutes or so of Executive Director's report. So thank you for tuning back into this report, and we'll continue to provide some highlights and some direction that we're going. We talked about a lot of the board updates, and now it would be for our team or our staff updates. We established what we call quarterly rocks. We've been talking about this to the board for a while. It's borrowed from Traction to create quarterly goals or rocks. We actually call them SMART rocks. And for us, these are the highest priorities for us as a team to support in the achievement in the second quarter, which is October 1st until December 31st or thereabouts. So first, we developed for board presentation and consideration a final draft of the State Charter School Board Charter Accountability Framework by November 27th. And that's why it's on the agenda today, and that's why it has so much attention, and we need your engagement for that today so that we can try to meet this SMART rock. A second is to make adequate progress towards a State Charter School Board 25-year celebration event. I'm going to give you some details to that in just a moment. We're well on our way to, or we're on our way, not well on our way. There's a lot of work to do with that one. Develop a process for creating and determining needed strategic communication, not crisis communication, by November 27th. Our newsletter is starting to come out monthly again. It took a little bit of a pause as we reinvented it, and there's other strategic communications. We do now, as a team, have a smaller team. So we have a larger team of all of us, and then a smaller team. Associate Director Marie Stephenson and myself thought an advisory team that can help us implement Traction, which is one of our professional development, and also to help us implement StrengthsFinder was really a good idea. And so we have Brendan, who's going to be on our advisory team, Smriti, Lisa, and Amy, all who are here today, too. So yes, we will look forward for the discussion, not decisions, but discussion that we have with an advisory team. We're excited. Just some corrections and improvements to make. This is the opportunity where if we misspoke or we need to just clarify, we want to improve. One thing that was brought to our team's attention was to get our board materials into your hands sooner. And we can do better in that regard. And so, what about getting the carry forward budget into your hands prior than presenting it today? That'd be an improvement for all of you. And that was something that was brought up to us. Or getting some of the slides for presentations prior to. We have processors. Many of you are processors on our board, and it just having that additional time to review, come with questions. And so you can look for us taking that feedback and for us implementing a change, or trying. We get busy, so we appreciate your grace, but really trying to get you board materials sooner than the day of, right? And so that's one thing that we wanted to mention in this Executive Director's report. To the next slide. And a celebration of Utah Public Charter Schools' legacy and future. Right now it's called 25 in 2025. We got support from Pace Strategies on what we're calling it, 25 in 2025, and with that behind the colon, defines what we're doing. This is a branded campaign. It's not a single event or a single report, although I'm going to give you some details about an event and about a report. But it's really a 5-6 month long campaign where we're celebrating the past and the present and the future of Utah public charter schools. And so I think for me it's helpful to just read this. 25 years ago, the first public charter schools in the state of Utah opened their doors. This year, we're proud to celebrate 25 years of charter public education Utah with that campaign we're calling, and I've already told you that. This campaign will tell the story of the public charter movement's founding in Utah, reflect on 25 years of innovation, progress, and choice for families, and chart a path forward for the sector. So we plan to kick this off with an event on January 16th. Plans are nearly approved. We're not quite there. We need to get your approval on the carry forward plan because we're using some of those funds. There's some other ticks and ties that we need to do. But this event is going to be for up to 350 school leaders, donors, elected officials, and other stakeholders. We're about ready to send out this message when it gets final approval. It'll be at the Natural History Museum of Utah. Beautiful place, beautiful venue, and it's called the Canyon Space, which just opens up with high ceilings and breathtaking views of the Wasatch Front. It's very nice. We had a tour there yesterday to kind of really make sure that we like the space, and we really like the space. Also along with this milestone event will highlight the achievements, growth, and impact. How will we do that? We're going to do that. We have some invites out for some elected officials. We have also keynote speeches from those that are in the sector, in this space. These are great leaders and great, very passionate speakers when it comes to public charter choices. And so we're looking forward to some of them saying yes soon so we can announce who that they are. And so we're going to have then, the things that we're going to do is we're going to eat a nice dinner together. We're going to have some amazing speakers, and we're going to have a celebration. And it's going to be a great event that kicks off this campaign. And the people that we expect to be there are going to be some past, present, and future impactors. Those that did impact 25 years ago, those that are, and those that we know will. And so then the next part of this is an innovation report. So another part of this campaign is really landing an innovation report, which is a opportunity within the law, but not a necessity within the law. And Amy Pace, Brendan McGinn are leading our efforts towards producing, along with Pace Strategies, an innovation report that shows the impact of innovation in charter public schools. And there'll be more coming soon. So look forward to this campaign of 25 in 2025. We are moving out and moving in. This slide is more brief. We used to just have a slide that said moving out. We are officially moving in, and we've been moving in for 3 weeks or so. We'd like to invite this board for an open house, which would be light breakfast, and just a mingle before our next board meeting, which will take place at our new digs. We'll have some just light snacks and juice and refreshments as we open house so that we can tour you. We love giving tours. Chair Bowles and Vice Chair Phillips know that we love showing our space off. September 28th is the official move-out, move-in date. So it's more of a process than it is an exact date. The indirect cost pool is impacted by this move-out. We didn't know how it might impact, but it certainly has impacted mail and support services, which are offered at our new location where we're at. So we no longer will need those or pay for those indirect costs that we have. We've already worked with that with the State Board of Education, just relieving ourselves in the near future of those services and the costs. There are other big indirect costs in the pool, and that would be information technology and finance and accounting. Those are the two biggies. We're currently going through a needs analysis to really understand all of our needs and how we will meet all of the needs of IT and also finance and accounting should we move forward outside of using Utah State Board of Education services. The official end date then for the USBE services to State Charter School Board and for the State Charter School Board to receive services outside of USBE is undecided right now. And we really appreciate USBE's just patience as we go through these needs analysis, as we understand how we may use third parties or our own team or other resources to fill this in. This could also have implications on the additions to the current draft of the MOU, which we have a scheduled meeting for this week, Friday. Next slide says Utah State Charter School Board, just some pictures of the new place. It's on South Creek Runway. the next slide shows the cubicles and conferences rooms. This is where I say associate executive director on her first visit was hyperventilating with the awesome opportunities for large conferences. It can hold well over 200 people, and it's available for us whenever. The cubicle space is nice. Associate Director Stephenson just took the bull by the horns to get our identity everywhere that we could on the building. We have these logos at the entry doors, right underneath, in the hallway, the cubicle space. You can't miss that we are moving in to this space because of the just awesome logo labeling and things like that. To close out the Executive Director's report with the remaining 5-10 minutes that we have, is some success stories and achievements, and I'd love to co-present on this with you, Marie. So if you could kind of start us off with our Southern Utah tour of schools. It's cool.
Thank you, Director Kramer. Yes, so we had a whirlwind few days where we got to go visit the St. George area schools. And I did tell Executive Director Kramer that this was so exciting personally, being on staff 5 years and finally getting to go and visit all of our schools in the St. George area. That's been a dream I've had to get to go down there, and they're always inviting us, and so it was personally really fulfilling to get to go see all of these schools. Director Kramer said, let's do this in 2 days. That felt a little crazy, but I said, let's do it. So we packed up the car at 5:30 in the morning and headed out because we also needed to visit during the school day so we could see our school leaders and students at work. And so our first stop here was Valley Academy in Hurricane, not Hurricane. We had lots of Utah lessons on the road as well. There at Valley, we got to see all of the great things that were happening at their school. We got to engage with directors Tanner and Stevens, who you can see here pictured with us, and just talk about the things that are going well at their school, as well as some concerns that they were able to share with us, and have a tour. They're also getting ready to open up their new satellite, and so we got to see where that new building is, and just share in their success, and the school really is like bursting at the seams. So it was really exciting that we could celebrate that satellite that our board approved for them back in January. Do you have anything you'd like to add there,
Just that they
Director Kramer?
thanked our board multiple times for the satellite location. I think we heard it 6 times.
At least. Next up on that first day, we got to travel over to Utah Arts Academy, which is in St. George, and then St. George Academy over in Washington. At Utah Arts Academy, we met with Director Drew Williams, and he also had 2 of his students that gave us a tour. And it was so much fun. Those 2 students had so many beautiful insights to share about their school. That school also, Director Kramer kept teasing me that my jaw was on the floor. Just everything about this school, their arts program was so innovative. They had recording studios and performance spaces that were just next level. It was so beautiful, and these 2 students were able to really articulate what they loved both about the arts at their school, but also the academic focused programs as well. He let them really take most of the time. They were probably 50 minutes of our hour-long visit, and then just getting to visit with Drew is always a pleasure as well.
And just to add, we're going through the tour, and one of the 2 students walks past a piano, and I just say, "Can you play?" She sits down and just starts playing. Beautiful music. The other student talks about her enthusiasm for drama, and she's also a director, or no, she writes, right? And she starts pointing out all of the different things that she's been a part of at her school, and and it's amazing. Those two students did an amazing job.
Absolutely fantastic. At St. George Academy, we got to meet with Director Christy Hall and some of her administrative team, and they were able to talk about some innovative ways that they've been really working with their community, and they said this was the first year that their enrollment was really trending up in a significant way, and to share about the success that they're experiencing there. They also were able to give us a tour of their school. That was great to see just how their college prep program is working and how they're engaging with multiple stakeholders within their community. She also made a reference to a dragon slayer in St. George, and so Dr. Kramer and I had some homework to do to learn a little bit more about that history and who exactly St. George the Dragon Slayer is. So if you don't know that history, look it up as well.
Just one or two additional things. It was such a great visit there at St. George Academy. The ROTC program is growing at the St. George Academy, which is really exciting, and they wanted to highlight for us. And then also they have a position that's about asking for money, and it's about enrollment, and it's about community partnerships. And she was going to 3 parades. She couldn't make it to all 3 parades on that Saturday coming up, but she knew who was going to go at each of the parades. She was going to attend one, and then had delegated the other 2 parades. Really cool stuff.
Now, if you're tracking our day that started at 5:30, you might think we were ready to go to our hotel and rest, but not with Dr. Kramer. So we, at that point, had some networking meetings. Our first one, we met with a group from the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools, Shannon Greer, who runs all of our trainings that we contract with them, is actually located in St. George. And so we got to meet with her in person and talk about some upcoming training ideas. So that was really wonderful. And then, of course, Utah Tech University is located down in St. George, and they are the newest authorizer, I believe, in the state. Actually, maybe Granite, depending on how with that. But with Utah Tech University and their recent joining of the authorization group, we were able to meet with Suzanne down there and just continue building relationship and connection and supporting her as colleagues in what good authorizing is and sharing best practices. I did throw in a quote from Traction. We're reading that book, we're studying that, really making sure that we recognize there's so many good things around us. We find that focus, we stick to it, and we devote all of our time and resources to really excelling at our focuses and what we do.
The most important thing was just the people that we met on these visits. But the second thing that excites me most is that Gina Wickman quote you have there. I didn't know you have that incorporated today. Thank you, Marie. That's awesome. We're really going hard on Traction right now.
So then we finally got to go to bed. The next morning, though, we were back at it bright and early. Our first visit was out to Vista Charter School in Ivins, and we got to meet with Director Justin Blasco and his administrative team. One of the most fun things in this visit was I think he introduced us to almost every single adult that works at that school, and was just so proud of his team. I'm so proud of everyone that is there, and had a compliment to give to every single person. It was also really fun because they also focus on performing arts, and even though we were within the first few weeks of school, the students performed a couple of different songs. We heard a choir class, we also heard a violin class, and it sounded fantastic. They were ready to go, even though it was the first few weeks of school. And so it was just a delight to visit with them and to meet all of the incredible team members that he has at his school.
It seems like this is a thing I'm doing, is adding my 2 cents
Like
worth
it.
each time. As breathtaking and beautiful as the school is located right there in St. George, the director Glasgow talked more about the people at the school, and it was really endearing to hear. He could have talked about the auditorium for a half an hour. We walked through the auditorium, and instead he was introducing it to the people that were doing the work. It was really a cool thing. Yeah.
After Vista, we went over to George Washington Academy in St. George. This school, we were able to meet with their administrative team as well as have another student tour. And that was fun to contrast from the day before, where our student tour the previous day was from 2 high school students, and this tour was from 2 elementary students. And they are a Leader in Me Lighthouse School, and it was really fun to hear these students describe leadership and things they are good at, things they're working on, ways that their school is supporting them. They both said they had, started in kindergarten at this school and had been growing there, and just to see what that looked like in that model, and to really hear about their success. And they were able to talk about, as a Lighthouse School and some of the other certifications that George Washington Academy has, they have groups coming in for tours multiple times a month from across the nation. And so they have students that are, very well spoken. They've got a whole nice binder full of presentation materials, and just to really learn about how they've set up a system that leads to so much success at their school was really admirable, and just proud to have them in our portfolio.
So proud. And one of the takeaways that we had and that we were reflecting on both with this group at George Washington and then Marie and I as we were driving is just the professional pedagogy that this team has. They routinely collaborate with our public schools. And so this is a true collaboration that we see where they're sharing best practices all the time, not just charter public to charter public, but here's an example, a concrete example of charter public to public and public to charter public. Really cool stuff.
And then our last stop was Mountain View Montessori, which is in Washington, and they have a brand new director this year, and so it was so nice to meet with him and talk about what an authorizer is, what we can offer, what that bilateral nature of our relationship looks like. He was really excited about learning more of that and how we can better support him and his board, and we've already been in contact since then, and so that was a really great visit and tour as well. We did put Freedom Preparatory Academy on here as well. That is the one school in our St. George area that we didn't get to see. Their director arranged that we're going to visit one of their Provo campuses in a few weeks, so we did wave and send our well wishes to FPA St. George, but it was a whirlwind day, 2 days, and quite a delight to travel to the St. George area.
It really was. And Mountain View Montessori was talking about a project-based learning event that was going to take place a month or a month and a half, and they were inviting us, all the schools that come back to St. George, so we'd love to. It's great. So thank you, board, for the support and your leadership to keep us motivated to be on the road. It is, and just not just motivated, but inspired when we get into the schools. And this is just a brief of what's to come with our 25 and 2025. We have so many schools to celebrate, past, present, and future. And thanks for letting us showcase our whirlwinded tour. And that's also the executive director's report.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that full report, and a lot for us to remember and to note dates and opportunities coming up. Thank you both, Director Kramer, Assistant Director Stephenson, for visiting Washington County schools and for having that opportunity. Sometimes I think those who live in farther reaches of the state, they travel to the Wasatch Front, and we don't often travel out to visit them enough, and we need to do that as much as possible to be inclusive and to visit their schools. And what a great, obviously now we're all excited to go to Washington County. You've given us a lot of direction of good things there. If you've seen from Hurricane across to St. George and into Ivins, you've gone from east to west in Washington County. That's one of the 29 counties, Director Kramer, so you have more to go. You have more to go. We have 29 counties in Utah, so more to go. And if you've already learned Hurricane, and I know Tooele County, you've already learned it's not Tule, but Tooele. When you get to Cache County, it's not Mantua, it's Manaway. So we have our own unique pronunciation. So you'll learn more of our history and how he came about. So wonderful. Thank you for that report, both of you, for that ending report of your visit, and thank you for doing it. As many visits as we can manage it, the better that we do. All right, we are at 10 o'clock, just a minute or two beyond, but we're really on schedule. This is an exciting day because we're going to look at accountability frameworks. I know Director Kramer is going to introduce those to us, but we're going to look at those accountability frameworks. I know you've looked through your agenda in 3 portions. We're going to look at the academics, we're going to look at the finances and the operations, and we have opportunity to look at those. I'm mentioning that because board members at 2 o'clock, we have an opportunity then to talk about what we've heard and to react to that. I mean, not that you shouldn't ask questions as we go along, obviously, and react as you go, but we have overall kind of an opportunity to discuss that at 2 o'clock and to talk about it. And so if you'll just make sure you're keeping note and direction that this team is looking for our support or guidance or ideas, and at 2 o'clock they'll be eager to hear that, but we're really excited to learn from them. This is a great day to learn from this team. So, Director Kramer, start us off, please.
Thank you. This is one of the most difficult yet invigorating work that we're doing, that we're engaged in. And so we wanted to start off by talking about the strengths of this team. Associate Director and myself recognized that it wouldn't be the 2 of us from the staff team doing this, but we really needed help. And for us, we look to 3 individuals, and they're the ones that will be the primary presenters in each of the specific areas. With Lisa, who you're going to hear from today, one of her strengths is adaptability, and I think that's a pretty easily recognizable strength that she has. But one that I wanted to talk about just a little bit more, and one that one of these pictures represents, I think it's the handshaking one, is that right? Yep, responsibility, thank you, is responsibility. Lisa comes to this task with tremendous responsibility. She took ownership for this work, was one of the earliest facilitators of this work to get started, both the psychological ownership and just the commitment and responsibility. Very dependable, held us on time, and scheduled all the meetings that were required for us to do this work. And a lot of integrity went into her work just to follow the State Charter School Board's strategic plan and other areas of ethics and respect. She's a great team player, and I can't wait for you to hear from her later on today. Marie, if you could talk about the other 2 strengths of the members of our team.
Yes, Brendan, 2 of his strengths are deliberative and learner. And I want to focus specifically on the learner strength, and that's represented in that second picture there. Brendan's learner strength reflects a passion for continuous improvement and for knowledge acquisition. This strength has fueled his drive to stay informed about the latest developments and the best practices in the field. He asks the best questions. He's always seeking to learn more, whether it's setting up a meeting with colleagues here at the USBE, with our national consultants, or asking questions to the team and asking us to take a deeper dive into something he's wondering. The dedication to the learning and to being a learner has enabled him to lead the academic framework team into bringing fresh insights and innovative ideas to our group's work, and it's enhanced the overall effectiveness of the framework that is being built. I would also like to talk about Smriti. She has many great strengths, but I wanted to focus on belief and context, and specifically focusing on belief today, which is represented by that last picture. According to the StrengthsFinder framework, people who have the belief strength have core values that are unchanging. The strength has provided Smriti with a strong sense of purpose and conviction in her work. Her unwavering dedication to the mission of the SCSB's accountability framework has helped to ensure that the work on the operational standards is aligned with our core values and our objectives. She's able to review rules, requirements, and share the information with others that drives the work that she does. She's also able to then apply an understanding of how this will influence schools and the way that they operate. She's able to identify key factors that influence school success, and that has allowed her to develop strategies that are both effective and sustainable, which will ensure that the work on the operational framework is grounded in a solid understanding and will support our goal of being a supportive authorizer.
Yeah, we could not have, so the intro for us was we could not have gotten even off the ground with the tremendous contributions and applying the strengths of each of these teammates. So that's where we wanted to start. If you could go to the next slide. And with the next slide, our work is tied in to our current and future State Charter School Board Accountability Framework and our newly approved State Charter School Board bilateral agreement. That's just a point of making sure we made that point, that we went into this work with our eye on what we currently have for an accountability framework with a vision for where it could go. And then also we have a new bilateral agreement that we referred to numerous times throughout our work. And then with the next slide, it just provides an opportunity for us to talk about a potential timeline. And it's not set. We don't need to hurry this work necessarily. It's more important for us to get engagement from this board and to work together. But I could tell you that the timeline started 6 months ago with these teammates and their work. It does then have at the September board meeting now, we're going to present the framework concepts to you. Financial is near completion. Academic and operational are making tremendous progress. There is built-in time for engagement from the board in each of those sections. So our intro is to let you know we're going to present. Then after presenting, there's time for the board to engage. And there's also later time, as Chair Bowles mentioned, at 2 o'clock today to summarize and provide some additional clarity. Our timeline looking forward is at the October board meeting, and it comes off of one of our smart rocks really, but it's to incorporate the board feedback, whether it's in this meeting or if it's a few days after you process, we want to incorporate. We want to present a first draft of the academic, financial, and operational frameworks, and we want to start thinking about when we're going to drop for public comments and public notice. At the November board meeting is to present a final draft to the State Charter School Board, and December, January, or one of those early months in 2025 with the hopes to adopt the framework. So we thought it'd be important to just lay out a tentative framework. And then with the last slide today, we thought it'd be really important to provide a suggested motion for the board. This is just for you to consider when we get into our 2 o'clock agenda item. It's a long one, and this basically says keep us moving forward with the work that we're doing. Let the financial leads, the team that we introduce you to, keep working with us, as well as a lead consultant who you're going to meet later today. Incorporate your feedback and prepare a next draft of the framework, including the process, which is this policy procedures forms, and then a couple of presentations in the board. So what this suggested motion does, why we like it as a suggestion, is it holds all of us accountable towards this very important work. It helps us as staff know that it's a priority for the board. It helps us know that we're going in the right path, and that's why it's a suggestion only. So that's the intro to what we're going to go into this morning, and I think this afternoon. We also have some other presentations. Any questions, comments about the introduction to the accountability framework?
Not seeing any. We're eager to hear them, I think. So let's get started. And we're going to lead off with academic, framework, which Brendan will lead. The other good thing is we get to hear more from Brendan and Lisa and Smriti, and that's really a nice thing. And we got to hear Amy earlier today, so to learn from our team and what they're working on is exciting for us as well. So I just want to acknowledge that. So Brendan, we're eager to learn from you. We have one at 11:15. Can you do that at that point? Okay, if that's okay. So Cindy's saying, can we have a break? We have one at 11:15 scheduled. We are all adults. If you need to take a break, you certainly can control yourselves and manage that on your own if you need to. If not, we will take a formal break at 11:15. I'll say that. Okay.
Kind of makes sense, right? It's a good time.
Short update that those are moving along well and all the fall schools are scheduled and we're looking forward to those visits. So just a quick update. So today we're going to talk about our academic performance framework draft, and these are just the concepts of what we're looking to present and again, looking for your expertise and feedback. So just to, not to use the word frame twice, but just to frame what we're talking about here, we're trying to create something that allows us to evaluate our schools, their strengths and weaknesses, and to highlight their successes. And there's many different ways in which authorizers go about this work. I had a slide in which I listed all the components that different authorizers all over the country look at in terms of percent of students at grade level, percent of students making adequate growth, graduation rates, et cetera, and the list is long. And so what we want to do is create an efficient and useful and valid tool that evaluates our schools. We want to use that tool to then identify ways in which we can support and collaborate with our schools. Finally, we need a way to share out publicly how our schools are performing. To this point, although the information for our charter schools is available through USBE's website, there isn't one location and one place where the educational stakeholders can go and view and understand clearly the performance of our charter schools. So that's the purpose. As we were trying to build the framework, we had some guiding principles. And I'm going to run through these very quickly. But the first is that, according to code, we had to find a way to allow schools to have unique performance measures and a minimum performance standard. We continually talked about ways in which schools can tell their own stories. There's a lot of talk in the authorizer community that with state assessments, it's just one size fits all. We wanted a way to break out of that a little bit and let schools tell their own stories. As I've been a part of these meetings over the past couple of years, the State Charter School Board members have continually championed growth. It's come up many times, and we wanted to honor that. Also, one of the guiding principles is that even in this time in which we're moving buildings from USBE and kind of breaking away just slightly, I wanted to emphasize that we are still educational partners with USBE. We value the work that they do. We trust their processes. And just to say that we are on the same team and we want the same things of student success. And so it was always in our mind that USBE was going to be a part of these conversations. When building academic frameworks and speaking with consultants and et cetera, it is very hard to build an academic framework and not focus on accountability, because that is the world that we live in for every other authorizer in the country except for us. In terms of that is their main focus is accountability, because they have these high stakes renewals. And so we really wanted to be aware of it, but at the same time realize that we're trying to do something a little different and be more supportive. And that was at the center of our conversations. And then lastly, we wanted to make sure we made something that we were capable of implementing. There are many different frameworks as described or as mentioned earlier, and some of which authorizers have teams of 30, 40, and 50 staff members, and we don't have that. And so we had to keep that in mind. And then also Dr. Kramer has pushed us to have a 5-year adoption goal. And this is important because other authorizers have metrics in which they say 48% of students will make adequate growth. Well, when you start getting into those little tiny numbers, sometimes you run into problems because that may not be the best number, and then you may have to make adjustments. And so we're trying to pull back a little bit and say, what can we do broadly? Still providing the tool, but not get so into the minutia of detail. In terms of our methodology, I think the summary of this slide is just a tremendous amount of collaboration, and that's really been the methodology to this point. We've had tremendous support from USBE. We have our consultants at the A-Game who have been incredible, and also with the National Charter School Institute. We also reviewed the best practices from the NACSA publications, and I was looking for what are the national trends, where are we headed, so that we don't create something that then in 2 years is not where the direction that everybody is going. And just to say it now before I forget, the two main ideas that are coming from NACSA are that frameworks should focus on student growth, and that frameworks should have disaggregated student data. That is kind of the trend in which authorizers are going. We also looked at authorizer frameworks from nearby states. A lot of respect for what New Mexico has done, Colorado, Central Michigan, which is obviously linked with the National Charter School Institute, and many others, and then incredible amounts of staff debate. In terms of methodology, we also looked at code. Dr. Kramer and Associate Director Stephenson brought these two pieces to our attention as kind of our grounding. The first says that one of the purposes of charter schools is to establish new educational models and new forms of accountability that emphasize unique performance measures. We wanted that to be a part of our framework. And the second is, and this is a little bit off to the side a little bit, but the charter agreement will have minimum performance standards. And before we get into our framework, I'm going to take just a small turn to USBE's framework so that we're all on the same page. So USBE's academic framework, they have two different weighted models that they use for their elementary and middle schools on the left, and then their high schools on the right. And through their RISE assessments, they come up with proficiency scores and growth scores and so on and so forth, and they've put these values on through their committee meetings and all these things, and I'm not in any way saying that I'm an expert on these frameworks, but through these processes, they get a school will get an achievement points. They have maximum achievement points that they could get, and the school gets their growth achievement points and so on and so forth, and then they come up with an overall score for each school, and then that score is then put into percentile rankings. So when you look at a percentile ranking, you actually are getting a holistic view of the school, because behind the percentile is, for example, for a high school, It is their achievement, it is their growth, it is their graduation. It's all hiding behind the percentile. When we looked at other authorizers, some states, obviously there's many, many different variations, but when we looked at other authorizers and their use of tests, this is essentially what they were doing for their frameworks. And so instead of reinventing the wheel and understanding that USB is one of our partners, we thought, well, this looks pretty good to us as a starting point. And I want to just add one more perspective on percentiles, just so we know it's going to come up a bunch in the presentation. But there are roughly, between 900 and 1,000 schools that get this percentile rank. So just to frame your conversations or your thoughts today, if you are in the 50th percentile, there's about 500 schools above you and 500 schools below. And that's rough, but just so you can kind of have a basis for what we're talking about. And then the other part that USBE's academic framework has is a designation. And so this is again related to the points. Again, this is based on their RISE assessments and their all the other metrics that they look at. And they will give a designation to a school going from exemplary down to critical needs. And I've highlighted just specifically the growth designation. And for the elementary schools, if a school is able to capture 60% of the possible points that they could get for growth, they get an exemplary designation. And for high schools, it's about 54%. So about half of the growth points available to them. So far, so good? Okay. So we took that, what I'm going to call the foundation, which is USBE's percentiles, and we created what we think matches our guiding principles, what's in code, etc. And so we've created 3 different pathways that our schools can choose. And the first one, which we're going to say is the default, is that we're going to look at a school's percentile rank, and then we're going to add what I'm calling a growth designation bonus. So if you meet that exemplary growth, we're going to reward you for that. We're going to honor that work. But for some schools, for varieties of reasons, the growth designation may not be the thing that works for them. So we're still going to use the percentile rank of USBE, but this time we're going to add a mission-specific educational outcome bonus. We're going to say, we chartered you for a specific reason, and if you can produce an educational outcome related to such, then with the percentile rank from USBE, we have your designation. And the last pathway that schools can choose is they can say, for us, for specific reasons, the USBE's percentile rank doesn't work for us. And there are reasons for that, and we're going to discuss that. So we need to work together with the school to look at alternative assessments that still show that they are meeting our expectations for mathematics and language arts and all these good things, that they're still making adequate progress. And we're going to layer on top of that the A-game metrics that I'm going to discuss. So this is the broad scope of the framework, and now we're going to go into each pathway that the school could choose. So the first one is the default. And the default says, again, we're going to look at the percentile rank, and behind the percentile rank is all your performance metrics, and we're going to add growth. And I hope I can take just a small bit of liberty here, Chair. In general, it's been a little bit taboo to mention specific schools in specific ways, and I hope it's okay if I could bring up 2 examples. over the summer, had the wonderful experience of participating in the UAPCS conference in June. And I met with two directors, both of which have schools in the West Valley area, Roots Charter Schools. I was in the session with their director and also the Endeavor Hall director. And both of these schools, when you look at their percentiles, are lower than some other schools that we have. But when I looked at their data for Endeavor and Roots, their growth was exemplary. And what I felt was it would be very hard to go to the Endeavor Hall director and say, I know that you're hovering around the bottom quartile of all schools. And he says, yes, but we have exemplary growth. And I say, yeah, but you still don't meet our expectations. That doesn't feel like the right space for us. The same with Roots. Roots also had an exemplary designation from the USBE for their growth. And so what we thought was, let's move them up. So this is what it looks like. If a school receives an exemplary growth designation, they can move up from review to meeting our expectations, and they can actually move up from this lower active engagement category up to a review. Now, the criteria for each are on the screen. If you're above the 80th percentile, you exceed our expectations. If you're between the 40th and 80th percentile, that's meeting our expectations. 20th to 40th, and then below the 20th. There has been a little bit of discussion, and I've really appreciated our work with the consultant. Industry standards would be exceeds, meets, approaching or developing to meet standards, and then does not meet. That's kind of the industry standards in the authorizer space. But we're trying to change the language a little bit to be more supportive and say, if you're between the 20th and 40th percentile, maybe the word isn't developing, maybe we need to come in and review and figure out what's going on where we can provide support. And then if they're below the 20th percentile, maybe it's not a does not meet, and instead we change the language to we're going to have active engagement with that school to see how we can support them. So just to give an example, Charter School A is in the 31st percentile. It would typically be in a review status. We need to look at what's going on with the school. But they received an exemplary growth, which means good things are happening at this school. Therefore, they get that bonus and they move up into the meet expectations. They're meeting our expectations because of their growth. As opposed to a Charter School B, which is in the 33rd percentile, kind of that same area, but they received a typical growth designation. They don't get that bonus, therefore they stay in the review and our team looks maybe for ways to support. And remember, the tool itself is just guiding the support and priorities, right? So it doesn't mean that if a school is moved into review or even goes up to meet expectations, we're still going to look through the data. It doesn't mean that we're not leaving that behind. We're just trying to find where we need to put our efforts. So this is kind of the basics of pathway number 1. And I don't know if you've seen this data in this way, so I wanted to work through this with you. So this is pathway number 1 and just the USBE percentile rankings for school year 2023, and I know that's a little bit outdated, but the school year 2024 data is still coming out soon. So we're going to look at 2023. In 2023, 27 of our schools exceeded our expectations by being above the 80th percentile. Yes, agreed. In fact, and I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, one of the charter schools, actually 2 of our charter schools in 2023 were the top 2 total point getters in all of the public school system. 53 schools met the expectation of being between the 40th and 80th. That's our kind of broad range, and we'd expect that to be the case. 34 schools in developing, and 29 it does not meet. And I'm using the language of the authorizer in this case of does not meet. But if we add that the growth bonus and we say, okay, we're going to honor the work of schools that have excellent growth, because that's where it starts. In our comprehensive reviews, we often see that growth predicts an achievement increase. So when schools get this exemplary growth designation, a year or two follows, they have also an achievement, their achievement scores rise as well. So now we add that growth bonus. We still have our 27 schools at the top, but now there's 78 schools that have met our expectation, 16 schools that we would want to review, and 22 schools that would be in this active engagement. And that active engagement category means that they are below the 20th percentile and their growth was not exemplary. I guess that's the easiest way to say that. And so in 2023, we had 34 schools moving up because of their growth. About 15% of the portfolio falls into the active engagement category. And I think, this is rough, I think that about 75 to 80% of our schools, the default works. And what I mean by that is any school that says that they're classical, any school that has a mission statement that says academic excellence, academic rigor, all those things, well, this meets that mission and model broadly. There are, of course, exceptions to that. But when we look at the data, this seems to fit 75% of the schools would be okay with this. And I say that loosely. We'd have to discuss that, of course. So that's pathway 1. Pathway 2 is a little different. Pathway 2 still uses the foundation of USBE, but adds a mission-specific educational bonus. And again, I'm going to use specific examples if that's okay. And a lot of this work comes from being in the schools for the comprehensive reviews and listening to the the leaders of those schools. There could be reasons why the growth bonus doesn't work, and I'm going to give 2 examples. We visited and spoke with a few Montessori schools recently, a few months ago, and one of the things that we heard from the schools was that their sequence was a little bit out of line with the USBE assessments, meaning when they are teaching certain aspects of their curriculum didn't match up with, for example, what a 3rd grader was learning in the Montessori school. So in this case, we can actually honor that because they argued that by the time the student reaches 6th, 7th, or 8th grade in the Montessori that they've caught up. Well, then let's find out. Let's make a mission-specific goal that takes away the 3rd and 4th grade performance and says, okay, let's just look at your 7th and 8th grade performance and see if what you're saying is going to happen happens. That's a mission-specific educational outcome. I think it's reasonable, and I think it's a possibility that the Montessori schools could get on board with that, just as an example. And the second one, and I'm going to go into more detail, is we also visited a school that had a tremendous amount of English learners. And they are testing these 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students who are still learning English in English. Why couldn't we have a mission-specific educational outcome that gives them the test in Spanish as an alternative assessment? If we want to actually show the work that they're doing, then let's give them an alternative way to do so. And I think here is that the schools will come up with fantastic ideas for how to do this. This isn't necessarily my responsibility to figure out how our school models and missions can come up with every single educational outcome. The schools can come to us and say, you know what would be a great educational outcome would be this. So it still has the same criteria of our percentiles. It still has the same designations. However, it gives a bonus if the school can achieve this outcome that they've said they can do. I just wanted to give a quick example idea. You know, there are schools where the 4-year graduation doesn't work for them, but the 5-year might. That's okay. That's important to us. It's an educational outcome that we value as an organization. Then let's put it down on paper. The grade specific is related to Montessori. There could be other examples. There could be subject specific goals for maybe a STEM school or something like that. And actually, schools could completely use an alternative assessment, and that would be okay. And it's okay because we still have USBE's foundational metrics. The things that this is not inputs. We cannot accept, we did IB curriculum. That's great. That's not what we're talking about. It can't be that we give 8 hours of art every week. Those are wonderful things. That's not what we're talking about. And then the last thing is this non-educational outcome. We had a lot of discussion with our consultants about the idea of some of our more patriotic schools, of course, which we love, saying, well, all our seniors are registered to vote. Absolutely a wonderful outcome, but not an educational outcome that we're going to put into your academic framework. I would guess, this is rough, we're talking maybe 15-20% of schools would go this way. There is a potential mismatch in designations, which of course is true with the last one as well, where we say a school meets our expectations, but USBE has them in a different category. That's very possible. And lastly, this does require negotiation. And so what does that look like? We need procedures and policies on how that would work. And then the last pathway is, as mentioned, the alternative assessments. Again, Sheriff, that kind of liberty, there is some schools that have very, very low participation rates. And I'm thinking about one in particular, on their RISE assessments. And because of their low participation rates, they've actually been labeled for remediations by USBE. However, that may not be representative of what their students are doing. So in that small case, we could use an alternative assessment that the school is willing to and I'm going to go over what those metrics will look like, agree to metrics that they think that they can meet outside of USBE, and then we're going to add a few more additional metrics. So what that would look like is maybe you want to go into the NWEA MAP testing lane, which also comes in Spanish, by the way. iReady also comes in Spanish. Iowa, but all these tests are norm referenced. They all have business rules for the performance standards. So this isn't a free-for-all. This is still within an educational framework. It's just outside of the USBE framework. So just for examples of criteria, this would be percent of students at or above grade level, year of growth, percent of students who meet their growth targets, and then that data is by student groups, so also by special education students and EL students, et cetera. For designations, I put meet and does not meet. I don't think we have the capability to go into these things and say exceeds, developing. This is, if you go this direction, you meet our expectations or you don't. You've met the business expectations of these testing agencies. I did put that A-game metric piece in there because by removing USBE from the framework, we need to bolster with additional things. So if a school decides to go with Pathway 3, we're also just going to make sure that the graduation rate, the mission-specific outcomes, and just some small enrollment data is included in your framework. And this would be a custom fit for the school. And those metrics are there to balance the missing data from USBE. And hopefully, looking across the spectrum of our 130 schools, maybe less than 5%, and that has to do with our capabilities. At one point in these discussions, this was the only idea we were proposing. And the reason that we took a different path is because I don't think we have the capability to do this. And so we had to make decisions. And because we're looking for that 5-year adoption, it gives us a chance to build up to and build upon.
Thank you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy at USBE, and I just really appreciated, I felt like that last comment and that last slide kind of tied into something that I just wanted to make a comment about, because I understand and realize, I think we all do, that there's the state accountability system, which has been stated as USBE accountability. It's really outlined and has been determined by the Utah State Legislature. It is in Utah code and applies to all LEAs, school districts, and charter schools. And so I think it's wise. I understand that at least my perception is obviously that the SCSB's accountability framework is different accountability that complements and will run concurrently. But I did just want to comment that your last comment, the schools will still be subject to the state accountability that's described in Utah code. And although there might be an alternative assessment for your own purposes, obviously the schools will still be held to that accountability standard that has been set by the legislature. So that was the only comment I want to make. But I'm really appreciating this conversation, by the way, and sending updates to folks at USBE as well. And I'm sure they are very well aware of this as well. So.
Thank you for that. That is so important to make note of that. I was going to just run through the rest of this. If there would be a comment or question before moving on to the second part of the code, I'm happy to answer it. Chair, I guess we're doing okay. That's a lot of information, so I wasn't sure if we wanted to.
I'm taking lots of notes.
Okay.
So I have lots of things to ask and to talk about, and others may as well. But would you like to see the whole program that Brendan Snow, you want to pause at this point and talk about those pieces? Let's go ahead, and we appreciate Deputy Superintendent Stallings' comment, because I think we're also aware of and thinking of that, but it's important to note it, and I want to come back to that as well. But why don't you complete your thinking, and then if everyone's taking either mental or written notes.
Yeah, okay. And that works out perfectly. Thank you. So the second part is looking at these two pieces that Director Kramer and Associate Director Stephenson identified, is this minimum performance standard that the charter agreement shall include. And so I just wanted to give a small amount of background on this. First of all, when we looked through our own policies, we did not find a minimum academic performance standard within our policies. And what I'm saying there is there wasn't a line in the sand. There wasn't this many metrics missed. There's nothing that we could say, well, this requires action. So currently, all academic remediation for charter schools is initiated by USBE at this point. And again, this is all surrounding the concept of a minimum performance standard for academics. And so in one lane for USBE is the federal program for Title I schools. We have our TSI, ATSI programs. These are our targeted support based on student group performance. And then we have our comprehensive support, the CSI designations. And in speaking with USBE, the best way to think of that is different levels of interventions and supports to help a school be successful. Perhaps not an accountability in the same way that other authorizers would view accountability, but still providing lines in which there is action. USBE is also now tasked with implementing a program for non-Title I schools. And this is their Springboard and Elevated Schools. And I'm not going to go into any of the details of how they identify and what this looks like, but it is the bottom 7, and I know there's complexity to this, but bottom 7 non-Title I schools are put into this Springboard category, and the Springboard school designations are to begin in school year 26.
I apologize, I'm jumping in. I'm super excited about the changes to this last column because they're fairly recent. Some of you may remember they used to be called school turnaround. And so it's only every 4th or 5th, I can't remember, Brendan, you may remember, but in the off years, so every 4th or 5th year, the state, we do designate the Springboard schools. It's a required participation. But in the off years, so it's either 3 or 4 years, schools can opt into and voluntarily participate in the Elevate Schools program, which provides similar, if not the same supports that the Springboard schools get, but it allows schools to choose to come in knowing that they might be close to being designated a Springboard school. And I think we've seen a lot of excitement about that voluntary opportunity where the schools, because as Brendan stated, those who are non-Title I schools do not have the same access to funding. One of the benefits, if you want to call it that, of being designated as in critical need or in TSI or CSI is there are funds that come with those. But this now provides state funding and support earlier on and hopefully in an opportunity when the school is like ready. And then it's only in the once every 4th or 5th year that schools are designated without any choice, if that makes sense. But that's just a big change that happened just a couple of years ago that the state board was very excited about. There was a lot of discussion about it before that happened in code. And anyway, so thanks for highlighting it, and thank you for allowing me time to just highlight those recent changes, because I think they've been a welcome change for our LEAs in the state.
So again, we're just circling around the idea of a minimum performance standard, and I put this up here just so we're on the same page. There is a line about failing to improve, which of course we would never want to happen, but there is code which talks a little bit about termination of a charter school's agreement, closing a charter school, or transferring operations. And so this could qualify for a minimum standard for a non-Title I charter school. All this is to say is that within the academic performance framework that we've created, we have not drawn a line in the sand in terms of a minimum performance. However, there have been thoughts of, when I look at this particular piece of code, I realize that for charter schools in this situation, all of the identification, remediation, and action is on the USBE side and not here. And I think that's something to just at least discuss and think about. Because as we've talked through some schools and we've talked to schools and we've learned about their experiences with some of the remediation, I think there is room for discussion in this way. And I'll leave it at that, and I think that's helpful. So just a couple little summary slides. As we're in progress with our framework, we still need for the staff to collect some stakeholder input. This is still conceptual. We're happy to present it today, but we still need to talk with other educational leaders within our portfolio as well. And if we're going to do something like this, we have to start developing our relationships with these alternative assessment providers and start to understand what we can and can't offer our schools. Internally, we're still debating a little bit about the growth. Maybe we're overemphasizing. Maybe it's just perfect. Maybe there is a compelling argument to include exemplary growth and commendable growth. There's a very good reason that that also could meet our expectations. Those conversations are still happening. We are communicating with USBE. We're so grateful for their help. There is a little bit of concern that we might be overly reliant, especially if there's changes in the way that they do their framework. The kind of moving down here, there is one thing, and I've kind of overlapped it with board input and staff, is this idea that the unique performance measures are within policy. And in that case, what we're still circling around is that if a school goes on the pathway, where does that live? Where are we putting that information and that documentation and that accountability? And then we need a little bit of input on the performance standards and maybe the feedback as an overall design. And just finally, I think we've met these guiding principles. I think we're on schedule. I think the lack of renewals in Utah is actually an opportunity to be more supportive in the way that this framework allows us to be, and just welcome any of the thoughts and suggestions and feedback later today.
And if you're all right, we still have about 20 minutes, so we can still, specifically around the academic issues, if there are questions and discussion board members would like to have around these academic issues with Brendan, this is a good time to do that specifically before we talk all three this afternoon. Anyone who would like to? Yeah, I have several too, so Vice Chair Phillips, go ahead.
So thank you so much for this, all the work that you've done in leading it out, and other staff members who have helped you to get to this point. It's really great. And what I like most of all is that it's philosophically consistent with our role, which is to authorize innovative schools. And yet when you do that, and those schools, because they're so innovative in some cases, don't fit into the boxes that are pre-existing for accountability, for a number of things, sometimes even the way you schedule courses, right, in the tools that we have in our public education system. There's so many ways that an innovative school finds itself tripping over its efforts to be innovative. And so what I like about this is there's a sort of space opening up to consider not only the alternative or just unique accountability measures, but to in a substantive way reflect those in the way that we are not only reporting to the public about our schools, but also relating to them. In the past, we've sometimes just tripped over some very basic metrics and then put our schools in a category. And it not only didn't tell an accurate story, but it was philosophically at odds with the very reasons for which the school had been authorized. And I always found that to be a tension that was very difficult for me as a board member to live with, because it didn't make much sense, and it wasn't very helpful to us or to the schools. So I appreciate that philosophical consistency being applied in this framework. And then I would say too that, we are, because our schools are public schools, which I love that we have the partnership with USB. I love that it's a parents don't have to pay to go to schools. I mean, there are places in the country where charter schools are private. I love that ours are public. With that comes a requirement to meet a minimum standard that has been set out by the Utah State Board of Education, because all of our schools are public, and to be monitored, to be subject to the monitoring and the correction and whatever else comes with being a public school. So I think that in those minimum standards, we not only don't have a choice, nor do our schools, but we should reflect, therefore, so that it's clear to them what the expectation is for all public schools. It is, after all, a minimum standard. It's not exorbitant. I think in the past, where this board has run into trouble is by establishing standards that were unrealistic above the minimum standard. This is a standard that's been established by people who work with many, many students in our state and feel that every school ought to be able to meet a minimum standard. And again, I think we just simply don't raise that as though charter schools, as though we're justifying the existence of charter schools by their being above the minimum standard, when that isn't always the goal of a particular school that we authorize, though it is of many. Many have, in fact, achieved well above that. And then just finally, I would be very interested, because the thing I love most about this is that we are using this accountability framework to provide a certain level of support, to guide us in the level of support that we're giving to our schools. Oh, you need a lot. You need a little. You don't need any, or you don't need the kind that we can give. I think that is the focus, but because of that focus, I think it is incumbent upon us to partner with the USBE in giving support to those schools that are at those low levels, that have not met minimum standards or have not met minimum standards for disaggregated groups. We want our schools to meet the minimum standards. They're public schools. Those are minimum public school standards. So, and I think sometimes, even though the USBE has amazing expertise and lots of staff, they also have a lot of work and don't always know how it feels to be in the weeds with charter schools and some of these unique ways that we have authorized and have supported them. So by not engaging in helping our schools that fall into categories where the USBE is sort of left alone to be responsible, I think we've missed an opportunity to bring something unique for those schools that only we as the authorizer can bring. So I'm not sure what that exactly looks like, because we don't want to step on toes. We don't want schools to have 10 things to do instead of the 3 that are being required of the USBE, right? We don't want it to be like that. But I think it's worth exploring how we can partner and bring the strength, the resources, the expertise of charter board staff members to that endeavor. I think it's going to be a very useful to our schools if we engage at that level with the USBE.
Please. Yeah.
You bring up many excellent points, and just for the last one, I want to address that USBE's remediation efforts are layered in terms of their intensities, or whatever you want to call it. And one space that I think you're identifying, which I think we need to investigate, is the TSI. And the reason is because TSI is implemented at the LEA level, not necessarily at the state level. And I think that could be the opportunity that we've been looking for.
Are there additional questions that anyone had or comments you'd like to make? Okay, I'm going to launch into mine. I have a few questions. I'll start with the questions. Some of them are just really information, just so I'm on the same page. Like, I was curious, how many title schools do we have among our charter schools? Do we know how many are title schools? I'm not sure. I'm just curious.
Title I schools? I'd have to look.
Not critical to what I'm going to say for the rest, but would someone find that for me? Because I'd really like to know how many of our schools are title schools. When you're talking 5-year graduation rate, I want to make sure everybody understands what that means, as opposed to 4-year graduation, which means the cohort group that starts in 9th grade. How many of your cohort group complete by the time you finish that senior year, right? A 5-year, are we talking about students with disabilities who would go beyond that? All right, so we actually have opportunity to serve students with disabilities through the age of 22, right? Yeah, and that's a conflict in law. At the federal level, because that's a federal definition, 912, but they also say the special ed law says you can retain and should those students who want to stay with you through the age of 22, but will ding you into graduation rate, right? So here's a way to recognize, we understand they weren't that 4-year graduation rate, but they are continuing to be with us, and we will recognize them among our charter group as they complete. Maybe others do that as well. So I just wanted to point that out so that folks know what that means. Do we have low participation rates, you said, in some schools relative to RISE testing? Is that because parents have opted out or they're just not taking? If it's a question they're just not taking, that's a different issue to me than parents have actively opted their students out of those tests.
So I'm going to give that specific example because I don't want to speak broadly other than schools are required to take that assessment. And in that particular case, that is parent opt-out.
Okay, all right. Because you see why that's different, right? If we're not getting kids to school to complete those tests, we need to be motivating and making sure that they're there so we have opportunity to understand what our kids are doing. And if it's because parents are opting out, that's another issue. And maybe we work on parents saying, it's not a bad thing, and we can work with them about that. That's a different issue. All right. Let me ask this question because I'm going to tell you I'm liking the direction you're going relative to pathways. I really like the notion of review and developing, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But to have 3 pathways, are you feeling like you can manage looking at schools that might choose a different pathway from each other? And I mean, it's a lot easier to say everybody has the same pathway and boom, 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 and then we just follow it the same way. But if there's some who are choosing a second or a third pathway, you feel like you have the bandwidth to do that.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm glad about that because I think it's a good way to do it. But I'm just also want to recognize that takes a bigger bandwidth to make sure that we're doing it. Now, I'm going to go back to my overall thoughts. Oh, go ahead, Brendan, if you have something.
I do. And the reason to put a caveat on your question, which is excellent because that is something that we've thought about often, is the bandwidth is dependent upon the procedures and policies that are there for implementation. So if the negotiation aspects of the different pathways is burdensome, then that's a different conversation. But in terms of being able to evaluate the schools once the pathways are in place, we have the capability to do the evaluations, but there's other parts we still need to work on.
All right. Okay. I just want us to be aware for thinking forward, that that's going to take more bandwidth and to be able to do the work that we need to do with schools relative to those. All right. You said we don't have minimum standards. Well, that's what you're establishing right now. It says in the code minimum standard. That's what you're doing. We haven't had those, but we are in the process. So I just want to note we are fulfilling a piece of code. We are making sure that those minimum standards are in place, and that's the very nature of what you're recommending today, are some minimum standards that we could follow. All right, so that's where we are. That we don't have them, well, shame on us from the past, but good for us that you're in place right now trying to do that, putting that in place. I also want to note, very interestingly, in the code, if a district school doesn't meet expectation over time, one of their options is to convert to a charter school, which to me implies charter schools may do a better job of that. So I'm just saying. All right, so not necessarily having been on both sides now, right? But all right, now let me come back to the my big picture. I think it's really important the Deputy Superintendent Stallings talked about that these other standards, the state accountability system will still be in place. All those schools will still be there. But I don't think that's our purpose. The state accountability system's purpose is I mean, how much of our annual state budget is goes to public schools, some to higher ed as well, but a huge chunk. And is it unreasonable for those who are appropriating those dollars to ask for some accountability? Not at all. Absolutely, it's right for them to do that. And really, the State Board of Education, this office team, have worked on a really reasonable system to manage for all of the schools in the state. I mean, they could have just said, I mean, it could have been a different kind of system. They really have a very nice system that really tries to look at nuances in schools and to identify. This, I think, is a little different purpose, in my estimation. You started off with we evaluate, identify, and share. But evaluate implies that we're evaluating against something. And we didn't say, what are we evaluating for? Or what are we evaluating against? So I think we have to have a vision in place, and that is more encompassing. What is our goal? What is our purpose? Now, if I were teaching a course right now, I'd go to the whiteboard and we'd brainstorm and I'd try to get everyone's thinking. But just in the interest of time in the boardroom, I'll tell you where I'm going, and then others can react to that. I think our purpose, our reason for evaluating is to understand schools whom we authorize, for whom we have responsibility, because we've entered partnerships with those schools. We're authorizing those schools. We are in partnership. Once we authorize a school, we say our goal is to help you to succeed and the children at your school to academically succeed. And there are obviously operations and finance we're going to hear as well. Those have to be in place to help kids to academically succeed. So I believe in that vision, we need a vision of what we're evaluating against, and really what we're evaluating potentially, something like our goal is, in that partnership, who are schools who need additional supports that we can manage in helping support, finding ways to support, that need academic support. We also have responsibility for those children that they're succeeding, but that's kind of identified in the state system too, right? But we're looking at how we can, and maybe it's something more nuanced than what I'm saying, but I think we should have a goal. Our vision is that we have some responsibility to those schools and to know where they are relative to helping children, those children for whom they're responsible, succeed. So we're evaluating against that, right? And here's a system whereby we could do that. Otherwise, if we didn't really care, even though it said we should have some minimum standards, we'd just say, oh, this, and we will say it's going to be taken care of somewhere else. But what's our goal? Why are we doing this? Why do we have an academic framework? Well, I believe it's that evaluation, so we're evaluating against where folks are in academic success as defined by their pathway, right? We're identifying those schools. We're sharing that in that third part of sharing. We're cheering for, it gives us an opportunity to also say, wow, you're doing a great job, right? Instead of just saying, okay, everybody's fine. But it gives us an opportunity to say, wow, thank you. What can we learn from you? What can others learn from you? Here's a school that's succeeding. Can we look at that school and see how they're doing that? What can we learn? So we're sharing at that end. And schools that may be struggling, we're saying, and you said it, what can we do to support? That's why I like the review and developing, because you're saying, that says to me, they're coming closer. What can we do to support? Not, gotcha, you fell in that category. But what are we doing to help you to grow and to succeed? What are we doing to help you to move forward? So that's really important. So if our goal is, and we can have discussion about that, our goal is we authorize schools, that puts us in a partnership with individual schools. And then we don't just say, go do your best. We do that sometimes with teachers. I'm going to tell you, in schools, maybe I only talk about district schools. Maybe it doesn't happen in charters, but I worked in a lot of district schools, and we say, oh, you're the new third grade teacher. Here are your keys. You're in room 25. Have fun, right? We send that teacher off, and guess what? Everybody knowing that the teacher was leaving room 25 over the summer, and the end of the last school year, took all the best bookcases and all the good books and left all the last stuff for the new teacher. Am I representing that incorrectly? No, that's exactly what happens. And so we don't want to do that with our schools. We don't want to say, we've authorized you, thank you. In January, potentially, we'll be authorizing some new schools. We don't say, go have fun. Well, we don't do that. You stay in contact with them. But we as a board also want to say, what can we do? What can we do as a team that continues to support schools at any part of their maturity cycle? Where are they in that continuum? How can we continue to support? So I think that's our purpose. Our purpose of having this, why would we have an academic framework, is so that we can continue to support. You're not on your own. We are still your partner. We signed that agreement initially. We are still your partner. We are here to continue to help you succeed. We want your students to succeed. And if that's not happening, we've looked at reasonable ways to look at that with you, and it could fall under, we're not here to catch you. We're saying what's reasonable for us to help to identify schools that continue to need our support, no matter where you are in those years of your work. And some will be 25 years old, and some will be months old, right, by the time we come to that. So anyway, so that's a long statement, not necessarily a question, except in that sense, I want us to have a vision against which we evaluate and what's our purpose. Our purpose is not to supplant the city accountability system. Our purpose is to maybe do a little slightly different, a little fine-grained look at how we can identify schools with whom we have a partnership to continue to succeed and to grow, and because we want every one of those children to be able to make the choices in their lives that they want to make, right? So we work to do that. Okay, that's all I had to say. That was plenty. All right. Member Biesinger, yeah.
I know we're up against a break. I also acknowledge that now, Member Olson, I don't know you yet. I'm not sure of your background. I think you're an attorney. You and I might be the only members of this current board that are not educators, and maybe you have an educational background. So I'm maybe not out of my depth here, but I'm not in my strike zone for sure. I just want to ask a couple of clarifying questions as a non-educator.
Yeah.
Because I've seen these numbers in my career and understand the ripples, I think. But we're talking about education in the classroom, and the USBE criteria has kind of three areas, right? English, language arts, mathematics, and science.
So the RISE tests, right,
RISE
around
test.
those areas.
So when we collect this data, when that data is collected, is that a collection of students taking a test on those subjects? That's correct, right? And is it correct that those students take that test once a year, or is it twice? Is it once in the fall for kind of a pre-test, or is it just a springtime test once a year? So it's once a year, and the student can opt out because, and again, forgive my words here, but we're kind of grading the school as much as we are grading the student in this idea, right? I mean,
Yes, of course, the school as a whole will get a score as a result of how their individual students perform.
don't take that too far.
Yeah.
I guess yeah. As a non-educator, if I have maybe not a concern, but a wonder about this, we put all of this effort in, but our data point is a test that's taken once a year, one time. So one time, we try to summarize 180 days of the school experience.
That's true.
And it's a test on 3 subjects, only given in English, on a computer, one day a year. I've always struggled with that. And I'm guessing by the heads nodding, maybe that is. I'm not saying that there's a better way, right? And I don't want to get into like all of that, but I guess I'm just wondering, is there ever a discussion or an effort or an intention to say, could we create more data points along the way so that the thing we value so much in academic scores is just it's not just one snapshot that is so, because you could be testing, did that child have breakfast that morning? Like that's what you might be testing. Was the child kind of sick or have a sibling that was sick and show up tired? Or, when you just do it once, there's just a chance, right? Any statistical data says you got to have, so many points to strengthen that data.
Right.
So I'm not so much trying to make a point, but I am just kind of asking a question that's maybe a bit of a 10,000 foot question, but there's so much effort into trying to help schools perform in this area, and it's a worthy effort, right? We owe it to kids to help them to know how to do reading, writing, and arithmetic. Like we owe that to kids if we deploy all this towards them. But I'm just wondering if there's ever any discussion about trying to expand the data points we get versus just a test that's given one day, one time, 3 subjects.
Right.
It just feels so narrow to me, and yet we base so much effort on that particular data point.
Right. You're exactly right. For you naming yourself a non-educator, you just asked a question that educators always ask, and we call it an autopsy test because by the time we get to that point, the school year's done. What can we do at that point? And those kind of what we call summative evaluation as opposed to formative evaluations that we should be doing all year long. The value also in the argument is how do these scores, and you're exactly right, a kid could have had a bad day that day coming to school, crisis at home, a lot of things, so they underperform, right, without a question. But that's why we have growth scores too, to say how does this score compare to last year when kids also probably some of them weren't feeling well, and how does it compare over time? So a lot of that is that. And I think also one of the things Brendan is recommending is that third pathway is he's saying here are some other really very good tests like NWEA or the Iowa test. The Iowa Basic Skills Test, what we used to give in the state of Utah before we developed our own RISE tests, which I'll tell you, our RISE tests have been nationally recognized as really very good tests, and other states have leased our tests because they're really quite good. But you are dead right on to say, does it, in that one snapshot for that one day, completely reflect the school? No, for that year. But it does allow us to compare over time. Brendan.
Thank you for that question. I think it's excellent, and everybody in the room acknowledges it. The one thing, just 2 things to think about is this is whatever we want to call this, a rough draft concept. And just know that those conversations have happened in the background, and that there's 2 things at play. One is our capabilities as a small authorizer to go out to 130 schools and get that multiple data points that just is described. But as Chair Bowles mentioned, Pathway 3 does have those things. And Pathway 2, which I didn't discuss, the NACSA, which is the national, suggests that it is perfectly reasonable to have multiple mission-specific educational outcomes. So there's nothing to say that a school couldn't have what you're describing in terms of multiple looks at their outcomes throughout the year.
Right. So you asked the $1 million question. You spoke like a true educator.
I know I'm not that.
Yeah, we educators have asked that often, that same question. Other questions, discussion items that you'd like to have right now? We'll talk again about it this afternoon. Brendan, thank you for your work. The presentation was exceptionally well done, but behind that we know there are many hundreds of hours of work that brought you to that point. And so we really appreciate all that work and others who did that work and supported Ms. Stephenson.
We have the number 85 as the number of Title I schools that are charter.
Thank you. 85, really much more than I had recognized. Yeah, many, many more than I thought. Okay, I'm going to become familiar with some of those. So that's my next step. All right, we are at a break time, which everyone will want, and I talked so much that I took us over that time, but it'll give time for Lisa to set up, if she will, while we take a little bit of break, and maybe we begin at 11:35, which gives you 10 minutes as opposed to 15. Okay, all right. Thank you. 11:35, we begin again. Lisa will lead around finance, an important framework as well. Lisa, we turn the time to you.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. And thank you all for letting me present today. I appreciate it. So I get the privilege of talking to you about the financial portion of the framework today. So we'll just jump in. So one of the first things when we started working on the framework was we talked about what our guiding principles would be. And we, of course, wanted to keep things within the SCSB values. We wanted, when we were looking at what we wanted to do for the framework, we wanted to make sure that school autonomy was taken into account. We wanted it to inform authorizer support. We also wanted a basis for an assessment that leads to a conversation and not something punitive. We wanted to make sure it was objective so that each school could be taken into account on its own basis without any biases or anything like that. We wanted to make sure we were minimizing the administrative burden in what we did, because we already know how much reporting that the schools have to do right now. We didn't want to add to that. We also wanted to look at performance over compliance, and we wanted to keep it simple. So our purpose in what we're doing is we wanted to create something that helped us evaluate how the schools were doing financially, which would in turn help us identify which schools were struggling in an area, so that we could then provide the support that was necessary for the school to help them with any issues they had. And we know that that support would be based on what the specific school had, based on what we identified. We did take into account, obviously, the laws in the board rule. So you can see that first law there, 53G52052C, which it says that a charter school authorizer shall review and evaluate the performance of charter schools authorized by the authorizer and hold a charter school accountable for the performance measures established in the charter school's charter agreement. So then we looked at the law on that charter agreement, which is 53G53033I, which says a charter agreement shall include minimum financial standards for operating the charter school. And then the rule that we looked at for the board rule was R2775532-3A. The authorizer shall annually review and document matters specific to effective charter school operations, including financial performance. Our framework methodology. So this particular start to this project started with a ROC, which is basically the word that we use for our goals. To be honest, it actually had started around the beginning of 2023. Smariti and I had been working on something similar, and then the changes happened in personnel, so it got held up. So then we had to pick our goals, and I had picked the goal. It said to join the committee responsible for creating a comprehensive dashboard integrating real-time data and performance measures, financial indicators, and governance metrics for all charter schools. So it did say to join and contribute. Little did I know I would be over this section. That was a little surprising to me, but I embraced it, and I've actually enjoyed working on it. So the next thing we did was we wanted to engage with the business administrators and the directors to make sure they understood actually the framework that we currently had and get their thoughts on it and how it's affected their school. And we did that by first engaging in, we have a monthly business administrator meeting that we did. We invited the directors to that, and we went over the framework as it currently stands with them. And then after that, we invited them to take a survey on, again, what they had heard and how they felt that the framework as it is had affected them. We actually ended up with 19 business administrators engaged in that survey, 4 business directors, and we had a consultant as well. Then we established our team, and we decided, Smriti being the other finance person in the office, she would be perfect to help with this, and as she was. And then we engaged with also Paul and Marie were a part of our team. And then we engaged with our consultant. The consultant gave us some discovery questions just to find out what we wanted to do, what was important to us, what were we looking for as we were creating this framework. And while meeting with her, she helped us to get to those guiding principles that we talked about on that first slide. And so those were established, and then she shared some information with us on what other authorizers were doing around the country, how many metrics they were using, which metrics they were using, and why. And then she provided us with some options for metrics to use within our framework. And she gave us the formulas and information on what they measured and whether the metrics were measuring something for long-term and short-term. So basically the viability, if there were short-term issues or if there were potential long-term issues based on the metrics. So we went through those metrics as a team. We looked at them. We also engaged with others, but we had a team discussion on the metrics to use. We also, like I said, we engaged with others. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but there were focus groups and things like that. After we engaged with everybody, we ended up dropping one of the metrics we were currently using. We added 2 more. We changed a name. We changed how they were evaluated. We changed a couple that we looked at like total margin. Total margin, we would look at it for the year, but we realized total margin really makes more sense if you're looking at it as a trend. So we did that. We changed the way we evaluated it to make it more of a trend with that one. And then we engaged, like I said, with a focus group. So we involved some members of USBE in that focus group, and we had several BAs as well as our own team. And as we went through our work, as we looked at the metrics we wanted to use, we chatted with them and asked them, okay, what do you think of these? Do these seem logical to you? Is the number we're using to evaluate on it, with it, seem logical to you? For like one thing, an example of that is debt service coverage ratio. In the past, it had been a 1, and in the standard for the industry, it's usually a 1.1. So we had a discussion on this 1%, 0.1%, but it makes a difference. And so we went through those kind of things with them and got their input on that. Then we also engaged with some business leaders. We went to the UAPCS conference, and we looked at who the vendors were going to be at that conference, and we went and we got from UAPCS some names and email addresses, and we sent out invitations. It's like, hey, we just want to take some time when you have some downtime to just chat through this with you and get your ideas on that. And it actually ended up being better than I thought it would be. They were really engaged. They had some good ideas. They actually, something I didn't think about was they told us how the metrics that we use and the words we use actually affect the work that they do, like for auditors or those who are trying to go out and find investors for bonds. So it ended up being a really, really good discussion with them. And then we had to decide where the numbers come from. One of the challenges of our current framework is that we use the audit report, and we will continue to use the audit report. But unfortunately, the audit reports are not required to be posted on the auditor's website, the Utah State Auditor's website, which is where we get them from, until December 31st. So that puts us 6 months out before we have information to work with. And 6 months is a long time, and if the school's in trouble, it can just get worse. So we were trying to find ways that we could, without putting a burden on the school itself, get the information sooner. So we looked into something called UPEFS, which I think is Utah Public Education Financial System. Thank you, Sabrina. She's nodding. And we looked at that. Those numbers need to be in there by October 1st. So instead of being 6 months out, now we're July, August, September. So we're a little bit sooner. We got 3 months out. So we decided to go ahead and use those numbers to do a preliminary evaluation. The problem with UPEFs is in government, so you have two sets of financial statements that if you look at an auditor's report, there's the one based on the government fund, which is more of a cash basis kind of statement. And those don't really fit within the metrics to make them work, because something that's missing there or something that's different there is, for instance, your fixed assets, which on a normal set of financial statements, which if you look in the auditor's reports, like I said, there's two sets. There's that government fund, and then there's one that looks like more like what a nonprofit would report. And so with the government fund, they expense their fixed assets, whereas on the regular set of statements, you would see it go expensed, yes, but through depreciation over time. So that was one thing that changes. Also, they don't show the long-term debt on the government funds. So that's something that when we're using UPEFs, I'll say UPEFs, we have to take into account those kind of things and maybe look to where we can pull information from the prior year's report to try and get it to look more like what the audit report is going to look like and those numbers that we'll use for our final evaluation. So that's the challenge there, and Smriti and I have been working through that to make sure that we can get it as close as possible so that we can get an earlier assessment of how the schools, or evaluation of how the schools are doing, so that we can help them more preemptively before things get any worse, is the goal there. Evaluating the metrics, again, we talked through how we needed to know what numbers we were going to use, and so we had to make considerations where we were going to make those changes from, one point in time to a trend and those kind of things. Okay, tiering also. Something else evaluating metrics. Another thing we were going to do, we talked about, is do we want to have, when we have our metrics and we've discussed what we're evaluating against, do we want just like they either meet it or they don't meet it? Do we want to have something called approaching? Maybe they're close or not. What we ended up working on with that was we decided we're just going to pick meets, don't meets, and then we're going to get into this next item, which is tiering. And so we decided on different what we call tiers, and we have 4 of them, and I'll tell you what they are, then I'll kind of explain them. So we have new school, which would be a school who's in its first 2 years of operation. We have stable, review, and then the third one was active engagement with the school. So the new school, because things like we measure, one of our metrics is days cash on hand. Well, a new school is just going to be building up its days cash on hand. So we don't necessarily want to evaluate them on that yet. It doesn't mean that we're not going to look at it. It's just something that we need to take into consideration. This is a new school. They're still in the process of building things like that up. Also the ones that, like total margin where I talked about we're looking at a trend. A new school is not going to be able to have a trend, right? So those are the kind of things that we considered when we decided on the new school tier. The next one was stable, and that's pretty much if the school met all but one of the metrics, and we ended up settling on 10, and we will go through those as well. If they didn't meet one of them, then we're still going to call them stable. That's okay. We're not too worried about one, unless maybe it's a debt default. We'll probably be worried about that. But if it's in debt default, more than likely they're going to mess other metrics too. So that's why we thought one would be fine. Another one, the next one was review. So review was where they only missed 2 metrics. So if they missed 2 metrics, it's like, okay, maybe there's something going on. Let's at least look at it. We don't necessarily need to engage with the school yet, but we want to make sure that we understand what's going on and see what we can discover. And then we have our third one, which is active engagement. And this is if a school has missed 3 metrics or more, or if during that one of the schools is in review, we can move them into active engagement if based on the work that we've done, we find that we need to do that. So that's how the tiering works as it is now. And what we're working on now is we're operationalizing it. When we were working with our consultants, they did have a product that kind of does all this for you, but we already have UCAP and we use UCAP right now. So we thought, well, rather than buying another product, let's just use UCAP and we'll just fix it to meet our needs. And so we engaged with Amber Hellstrom, who's over UCAP, and we talked about it. And she's like, yeah, I can make that happen. So we're working with her to get this going so that it creates those tiers for us automatically and we can see these things. And then another thing that we're working on is how are we going to engage with the schools now that once we have this in process? Are we going to use the system that we currently have where we're going to start with what is it called now, Smriti? It's the first level. What's the document? I knew it before, but now I can't. When we engage with the school, a notice of awareness or a letter, thank you, sorry, a letter of awareness. Or do we just want to use a letter of awareness to start with, or how do we want to do this? How do we want to engage with the school once we realize we need to? And then how are we going to document that work with them once we are engaging with them? So we're going to do that. The plan is to do that in UCAP. We're just still working on what that's going to look like. All right, so these 10 on here are the metrics we decided to use. We're using current ratio, unrestricted days cash on hand, deficit surplus, and you can read them. If you have any questions about any of them, I'm happy to talk about that. So we have those 10. Like I said, we decided on it's whether we're going to just evaluate it, whether they meet it or do not meet it. And then it will put the system, as we're hoping to set it up, is going to put them into kind of a pie chart where we can see how many of the schools have made it and where they are at if it's a new school stable review active engagement. So, and it's going to be nice currently, and I'll talk about this in a minute, but currently we just kind of look at it. Did they meet them all? Okay. How many didn't they meet? What do we do with that? So this will put it in there for us automatically. So I took, before I show you this, because this is going to get a little messy and I apologize for it, what I did was I took a school and I took one that I knew had some issues and I just kind of put it into our new system and versus our old system. So I'm going to show it to you, but it's going to look a little messy. So this is how we evaluated this school based on our current framework. As you can see, those are the items we evaluated against it. There were 9 of them, and they met 5, but there were 4 that they did not meet. And so, like I said, in this case, we just go look, oh, they didn't meet 4. Okay, what does that mean? Where should we go with that? What should we do? The way we have it now, as you can see, like I said, it gets a little messy, but I tried to keep them on the same line so that you could see how we had adjusted them. Like unrestricted days cash on hand, it's currently at more than 30. We kind of felt that that wasn't high enough, and we liked 60, but we recognized that our standard is 30 right now, and we didn't want to be oh, now you have to double that, you know. So we kind of wanted to give them a way where they could meet the standard still as they're building it up. So we put that in there like, well, if they have it, if it's between 30 and 60, but it increased this year, then we're going to say that meets it. And then, like I said, we have that trend for total margin. There are a couple of options to meet that as well, because we do understand total margin is basically based on whether they had excess income at the end of the year. Well, not every school is going to have excess income at the end of the year because things come up, right? And you spend more money in some years than others, and those could be planned expenses. So we wanted to recognize that too with the trend and then give them just another pathway kind of to get there. And then we kept audit findings. We took out facilities cost. Facilities cost is a good measure, but we decided there were other measures that could give us the same kind of answer. If their facility costs are out of whack, then it's going to show up somewhere else too. And then we added an enrollment variance. And basically what this is it's just looking at, okay, they budgeted for this many students during the year. How many students did they actually get? And we just wanted to make sure that they were budgeting close, at least, that they were doing it appropriately and not over budgeting and getting themselves into trouble. So based on this, if you look at it, and this is a school that, like I said, it was struggling. So because it was, you would expect to see under the same framework that they would have the same issues, and they did. And this is our preliminary data. So this was taken from UPEFs, and this is back from 2023 because we don't have the 2024 data yet. So we're looking at 2023. And so our preliminary data came out basically the same. And then we wanted to see, okay, how did it change with our final data? There were a couple of numbers that did change with the final data because, like I said, we had to make some assumptions about things like their fixed asset and those kind of fixed assets and what their depreciation would be. But when we did the final data, it actually came out the same. So the same metrics were missed, the same ones were met. And so it helped us to feel pretty confident that UPEF's information is going to give us something that we can rely on as we evaluate the schools. Okay, I know there's more. There we go. So work in progress, and I talked a little bit about these as well. We're working on the operationalization and how to get that going. And like I said, Amber has been working hard, and she's pretty confident that we can get all the pieces in that we're going to need to make this work. The source, like I said, we were still working on getting the UPEFs worked out, and I think we've gotten that. We know which numbers we have to tweak a little now to help make it closer to what it will be on the audit reports. And then, as I said, the school engagement. We're still trying to figure out how we're going to start that, how we're going to document it. So those are our work in progress items. And now it's open to you and any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And we're ready. Questions, comments? Yeah, please. Member
I'm sorry,
Cisneros.
would you go back one slide so I can see? Yes. I would love to say I had memorized all of those. So one is just, is that X really supposed to be next to audit findings none, or is that a typo?
No, they had an audit finding.
Oh, so the standard, the none is not their answer, the none is the standard.
Yes.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute, they have no audit findings, and I really need a clarification on that one. Okay. And then, are we qualifying with the auditor's designation of material findings, or are we taking any finding that's on their statement?
Right now, we're taking any findings.
Okay. And then, my question on the enrollment variance, where are you getting because the statement that you made was, we want to make sure that they're budgeting appropriately. So, for example, and I'll just use me for an example, we budgeted for 350, but you wouldn't know that unless you were pulling my current budget and looking at what I submitted in June, right, to show the 350. And then when my enrollment actually came in at 380, I've given myself, because I budget super conservatively, I've given myself that nice cushion. But my authorized amount is 415. So would you be using my 415, in which case I would look like a train wreck? Or are you looking what I actually budgeted for, which I'm in a really soft spot? So where would that land at the end of the day for someone like me?
So right now, what we're using, and I have an idea for what we could change it to as well, but right now this is where we've landed, is we're taking the projection number that the schools submit, and we're evaluating that against the October 1 number.
This was actually related to my question as well. So, in addition to that concern and not, and the sort of the disparity, even though there's been good budgeting ultimately, a school has, even though a school will submit a budget by the June 30th deadline of every, year at the end, right at the end of the fiscal year for the following year, the board can amend that at any time, and they do all the time. The finance committee reviews it. Well, we're trending 30 students low or 30 students high. We're going to hire another para. We're going to do this. We're now going to fix that thing because we've got more students. Oh, we're not going to. We're actually going to let staff go. So looking at what was budgeted for on June 30th, I would question whether or not that gives, and then and comparing it to the school's enrollment, doesn't give any of the detail related to amended budgets, because of course ultimately you're only responsible for the one you submit at the end of the fiscal year based on your enrollment for the previous year and what you spent, your revenues and so on. So I'm just wondering if that metric won't take you an enormous amount of time and not be particularly helpful. That's my thing. Because I think that good schools will budget. They'll be watching that every month and making adjustments literally every month so that they are coming up with the metrics that they need to by the end of the year, which is, the goal, right? And still providing good programs and, salaries for their staff and so on. So I just would question that, because I do think we have as a board at times been overly focused on enrollment as well, instead of how you manage your resources, your revenues and expenses. So anyway, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I just had one more.
Yeah, please.
And it was just and please, I could be totally wrong on this, but I'm remembering that the 30 days cash on hand is USBE rule and not just us. So do we feel comfortable extending USBE rule to more strict? Or are we wanting to change the rule? Is 30 too low? Certainly over time, 30 would make most business managers a little nauseous if they only had 30 days to work with. So I'm not in disagreement with your standard. I'm just trying to remember if that's a rule that we would then be circumventing.
It's not a rule I am aware of, but I can definitely look it up and find it and see.
And here is the rule queen right there looking.
I should probably use the microphone. What I was saying is that cash on hand standard does sound familiar to me, as it was in rule at one point. What I don't know is if it's in there now, because we did amend the rules pretty significantly a little over a year ago, I believe, or maybe it was just before the session. But it's been within about the last year and a half that we changed. And in some ways there were elements that were removed that were in there previously. So
Good question. Thanks for knowing that. Yeah. Member Biesinger.
Okay, I'm not an educator, but this is where I
This is
spend
what
my
you know,
time.
absolutely.
So I've been dreading questions from you, Clint.
Just a couple of observations. Can you go to the slide where you had your 10 tools, metrics, markers? I think these are great. Now, you don't have to think like I think. In fact, I think it would be, the cross-pollination is great. But in my day-to-day life, I call it the Mount Rushmore of financial metrics, right? I have 4 metrics that if I look at those, trying to keep it simple, like is a school good or bad, in trouble. Days cash on hand, I think you have on there. Debt service coverage ratio, you have on there. Operating margin or total margin, you have on there. One thing I don't see on there though, and you mentioned facility costs, but I think an important ratio is facility ratio. And how I define that is the numerator of that ratio would be what does it cost to be in your building, either through you've borrowed for it in a loan or a bond or you're leasing, and the denominator is what's your total revenues. If that ratio gets to be above 20%, it's a flag, right? Nationally, not even just to Clint, right? But like Standard & Poor's, S&P Global, they don't mention too many specific numbers, but they do mention that. Now, for an early stage school in an environment that we're in, where construction costs are really high and interest rates are now high relative to where they were, in the more recent years, you do see early stage schools that maybe, will touch 22 or even 23. But I think that if I'm developing a metric system that's like, hey, are there storm clouds on the horizon, which I think is kind of what we're trying to do, it would seem to me that a facility ratio would be important. If I look at a pie chart, the other ratio that I think is also important is kind of your salaries and benefits ratio, and so that would be kind of salaries and benefits is the numerator, total revenues is the denominator. And if I were to make a pie chart of a charter school's expenses, and I'm sorry I'm telling you all stuff but just to kind of dialogue on this, roughly about 60% of that pie chart would go towards salaries and benefits. Now, does every school need to do that? No. But if you're at 72%, you kind of stick out on the spectrum, and I would want to understand. Now, maybe if your facility ratio is down at 10%, then you are a more mature school, and you can move that towards and I'm all for paying, salaries and benefits higher. But if 60% goes towards salaries and benefits and 20% or less is going towards your facility ratio, and you have an operating margin of 3 or 5%, that leaves you just a little bit for everything else. What I find is that schools that get under financial duress, either the salaries or the facility is high. Usually, salaries are high because you targeted a certain enrollment and your actual enrollment came in below that. And then to the point you can manage to that. Those are hard conversations and hard decisions, but schools can do that. But it would seem to me, I guess my feedback would be, this is great. I would maybe offer a perspective that I don't want to have 11 but I think a facility ratio is just such a simple thing to say, how much of your dollars are going towards your building, and are you at risk of being house poor? And I think that's simple, but it's yet informative. Now, on its own, because I think you said that maybe there was, you didn't look at facility cost. Now, facility cost on its own maybe doesn't mean anything, but when you tie it into as a percentage of your overall revenues, I think that's actually quite important and quite informative if I'm looking for storm clouds on the horizon. Because if you get a school that all of a sudden is showing that they're going to be in the 20s, especially if they get even a little bit into the 20s, then it's just a challenge, right? Because then you have to cut back salaries and benefits typically, and then you're not typically you're not being competitive with your surrounding, schools, and so that just causes challenges with keeping staff, and it just starts a cycle that can be very tough for schools. So I think that would be my just a main comment there is that. Now, I have one other comment, days cash on hand. I love the idea of kind of looking at schools in life cycles, early stage, and I kind of break it down to, kind of pre-operation, early years. I think you had 1 to 2 years. It seems to me that a school in that early stage, I always think it's good for schools to try to get 30 days cash on hand as soon as possible, even after year 1 or 2. But then maybe a bit of a scaling metric. And I don't know about USB policy, but if I'm just looking at like storm clouds on the horizon or a chance to say, hey, what are the best practices of a healthy school? Maybe having a scaled, 30 is the first metric, then getting to 40 or 45, and 60. Now, usually in financial covenants, often it's 30, sometimes it's 45. Occasionally with early stage schools, you'll have lenders that want to have 60 days. I think that gets pretty onerous as far as a covenant. Do I think it's good for best practice? I do. But as far as like a minimum standard, 60 is a pretty high minimum standard. But if I'm a 7 or 8 year old school, hopefully I don't have 52 days cash on hand, to be candid. I think that, depending on what you're trying to do, that can be kind of tough. Now, I also understand schools aren't banks. We should deploy those dollars to the classroom and not keep them on a balance sheet, because quite frankly, it's hard for schools to redeploy those dollars once they're on their balance sheet. It's actually kind of tricky. But perhaps just some sort of scale ability that contemplates where the school is in their maturity cycle might be informative as well. So those would be my observations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Deputy Superintendent.
Thank you, Angie Stallings again. So I just briefly looked through our 277552, which is the board rule on charter school timelines and approval processes. There is no mention about cash on hand, so that's not currently in the rule, but of course, authorizers have the ability to make your own standards in addition. And it mostly talks about debt. And this is where you mentioned feeling a little out of water because you're not a former educator. I'm actually not a former educator either. I'm an attorney, so you're in good company.
She's an educator now, though.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. I'm an educator now. But this subsection 4 of Scott Jones, we're here, it does define debt coverage ratio, and it has different percentage requirements depending on the size of the school. And there is also a requirement that a charter school, and this is about for purposes of the school being evaluated if they request a new satellite school or a large expansion request. So that's hopefully gives you some perspective of why this is in rule. But it does require the charter school to have maintained a net lease adjusted debt burden ratio of under 25% for each of the last 3 years. So that might go to the facility costs. So there are some elements in there. If you're interested, it's section 6 of R2775552, but there was no mention of cash on hand. I think that was an earlier version.
It was in 41.
Yes,
Yes,
there you go. See, you've got a long memory.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. We all do. Yeah, we all do. They're much better shape today, we should note too, because of Angie's work too. They used to be much messier, but they're much better shape now. Additional comments, ideas, questions for Lisa? She's looking for our input. All right, we are. Sorry? Yeah. Oh, to them. You're talking to them. Okay, so I am going to say this, and it maybe will be the same thing with Smriti. If you all start with the same 3 that I said to Brendan, if we evaluate, we need to be evaluating something. You kind of added it in, Lisa. You're saying how schools are doing financially, and then we evaluate that. But I think we need a left-hand column. Something in addition to those 3, and that maybe that's to all 3 of you. What are we evaluating against? If we're saying we're evaluating, what is that vision? What are we evaluating against? Schools' financial health. Our goal is schools are financially healthy. We evaluate that. Then we're looking for. I just think in each case, will you think about potentially a left-hand column to that? Because you don't just evaluate out of thin air. You have a goal in mind. What are we evaluating against? Okay? Thank you. So thank you for good comments from everyone. Lisa, thank you for your work as well and presentation. And it's so impressive to have focus groups speak to folks who are doing the work and to gather information, to bounce that off of them. Are we collecting what we need to? Do we have enough? Not enough? How can we best do it without it being a more of a burden, but that we can help you so we have good communication. And so thank you so much for that work. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Bowles.
Yeah, thank you. All right, all moving on. We are. Sorry. So we're talking about we're at the revolving loan committee member. All right. And are you're going to talk about it? All right. We have a task to perform that we will do partly in open meeting and partly we're going to recommend in closed, but we'll talk about that. And Director Kramer will talk about our 1215 item, which is a discussion about a nominee for charter school revolving loan committee member replacement.
Thank you. Thank you. We have two members that we want to introduce today. One, thank you, sir, for being here. Gavin Hutchinson is here today, and we appreciate just your presence means a lot because you serve as the chair of this committee. Making yourself available if this committee has any questions means a lot to our board. And so just when I saw you back there, I was like, oh, I didn't get back to you on that email, but your presence to be here is very meaningful. Your contributions to the committee are also very meaningful. And so that's an introduction to your work, sir, and we appreciate you being here. Also an introduction to Laura Wilson at the State Board of Education. I believe, Laura, that you've joined us online. I'm not certain of that because I don't always know how yep, I see your name and I see, yep, great. This is the professional that I've had the opportunity to work with at USB as it relates to the revolving loan. And she is a true professional, only having supported this role for the last year and a half. She guided the committee, Chair Hutchinson, myself, and just helped us follow the board rule. And that committee just did remarkable because of your organization, your reminders, and all of those things. I think it's an opportunity for us to showcase just the great working relationship we have with USB, because Laura and I we just bounce things off of one another, even up to and including this presentation, right? We just talked about what this could look like. And so, Laura, I just want to say thank you for your work in the revolving loan committee. And if you wanted to pull yourself off of the mute and just say hi, at all, please do so, because you really are behind the scenes doing all the work.
Thank you, Dr. Kremer. It's just a pleasure to work with you. And I feel like our work so far with the committee has been smooth. And I also really appreciate just the opportunity to collaborate and work together. Hopefully these charter school revolving loans are, although they're they're fairly small dollars, we're really hopeful and feel like this is something that does help our charter schools as they go through growth or whatever their needs may be. And we've really appreciated the committee and working with Dr. Kremer. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and our current committee members, Mr. Hutchinson, as we mentioned, serves as the chair, and in Laura's interactions with him, agrees to continue to serve, and that's really amazing because we get that continuation. This committee has been doing an amazing job vetting the applicants for this revolving loan, which, who knows, we may enjoy much larger sums of loans in the future at a low interest rate. That would be a great legislative item to take on. And so that's our chair. We also had the opportunity to talk with what was once, still is, I guess, but the governor's nomination to the committee. And when I had a chance to talk with Jacob Wright, who works at the state for the governor in budget and analysis, he also looks to continue to serve on the finance committee. He's got to work through a little bit of the change that's happened over there and make sure that that's indeed what the governor, just wanted to check a couple things. But his intent was to continue to serve in his capacity. And that's amazing because both of these gentlemen are providing great questioning, great expertise, great advice, and actually just giving us the applications that we can then feel comfortable to move forward to the board to ultimately approve. The member who we are going to lose, but who we really have appreciated his service, and I had the chance just to meet with him the one time. Laura, my email isn't pulling up now. Maybe you can talk about him real quick.
Dave Kaufman.
Thank you.
Dave Kaufman has served previously on the committee and has been also a great asset, wealth of background, and in both private and public sectors. Also, like Chair Hutchinson, his family is going to be moving to warmer climes, and so we need to replace him. But he has been a real asset as well.
Thank you, Laura. And so that's the matter at hand, and the work that we need to do that the work the board needs to do is to replace that open position. I do want to provide just a little bit of context. So we just talked about the current committee members and who we're replacing. So to provide a little bit of current context, the law regarding the revolving loan has changed, and it changed in May. And so there no longer needs to be a nomination from the governor to be on the committee. It also doesn't have to pass through the State Board of Education with the new law. That said, we really enjoy the board rule that's in place, and we just really have enjoyed the vetting process. So even though the law changed, and talking to executive committee, we really wanted to maintain this vetting process and to use the board rule as it's in place. We need to use it anyways, but we're not looking to materially change this rule. Maybe there's a reference to code or something that we may need to change in the near future. But we really do enjoy a vetting process that yields applicants that have been vetted. And so that code talks about the State Charter School Board submitting a list of at least 3 nominees per vacancy who meet the requirements. So the executive committee challenged myself and Associate Director Stephenson to come up with some names. Both Chair Bowles and Vice Chair Phillips also have some names of some people that would be appropriate to serve on this important committee. And so then what we do is submit a list of 3 nominees per vacancy for then the board, capital B board's appointment. And this is following board rules. So that's giving you context to where we're at. And then the board may only select charter school revolving account committee members who serve, it talks about 2 years. I'm a non-voting member of the revolving account committee, and then Laura Wilson is providing the operational support, the logistical support for this committee in many, many ways. And so, Chair Bowles, this is an agenda item that gives this entire board the opportunity to discuss professionals, all professionals. And when we talk about those professionals, whether it's their character or whether it's their expertise in those things, that is where the opportunity, and this is where you provided guidance, the opportunity for this board to move into an executive session, so we're not publicly vetting all, which are very great professional people, as we narrow down from the possible of 9, 10 professionals to those 3. And so this is the opportunity for you and the board to perhaps move into an executive session, closed, so that we can transparently and openly talk about those individuals.
Thank you so much. So I also want to add a step. If your expectation is potentially we talk about names of individuals, we're talking about competency of individuals. That's why we can be in a closed session. And as we conclude, we want to, of course, as we come back into an open session, is the expectation that we will then in open session present 3 names in open session, or we'll just forward those names. I want to make sure that we're doing correctly, that we're as transparent as possible in what we do. We would just pass on those names. Okay.
So my thought would be, just if I could, Chair,
Yes,
that,
please.
that because we will be nominating or talking about individuals within a closed session and their qualifications and so on, that, and these individuals have not been approached, presumably, or in other ways, I would hate to make them public in advance of an actual appointment.
That's why I wanted to make sure. So our goal today is in closed to talk about potentially competency of individuals. Maybe we can say these would be 3 that we feel comfortable with. We could pass those names on, and then you can make contact relative to their availability, their interest in serving, and then in a future meeting, we bring that back so that we, in a public meeting, are able to indicate the individual who was selected, who's willing to serve. I want to be as transparent as possible that we do that as we can. All right.
Laura, do you think the timeline of one additional meeting keeps us on track to fill, given the requirements of the committee? Chair Bowles laid out. Yep.
We will need to reach out to, as USBE goes over the names that are submitted, we'll need to reach out to whichever candidate we decide to reach out to and have that in place by, really, we'd be okay as long as we're in place by February, January, February. So I think we have time.
I'd like to, in another meeting, if we can, as a follow-up, that we at least have it as an agenda item and mention this individual has been vetted and agrees to serve on that committee. Would be a good thing, I think, for us to do, and to be as transparent and public as possible. Thank you. All right.
Sure.
So this is the plan, everyone. We will need to, in just a minute, if you are willing to go into closed session, we'll have to take a motion to do that, to move to close. Then if, board members, if you'll go quickly downstairs to room 73, where we normally pick up our lunch, pick up that lunch and move to room 30, which has been reserved for our closed discussion. And then can we, from that room 30, go back into open, or do we need to come back up here and go back up? Come back up here to, oh, right, because we won't be streaming. Yeah. So I'll have to come back up here to go back into open, and we want to do that as close to 1:15 as we can, because Smriti will be ready to share with us at that point and will want to share with us. All right? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move that we go into closed session to discuss the character, competence, mental or physical health of an individual.
All right, a motion to go into close for the purposes stated. Do I have a second to that motion? And a second, so the motion from Vice Chair Phillips, second from Member Olson. All those, unless there's discussion about that. All those in favor? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do. So, voice vote. I'll start with Member Olson, since he's to my right, and I suspect he's going to say yes since he seconded that. Member Spiker?
Yes.
Member Cisneros?
Yes.
Vice Chair Phillips?
Yes.
Member Bassett?
Yes.
Member Biesinger? Yes. All right, unanimously, we are now in closed. Go pick up your lunch and move right into room 30, and we'll be ready for our discussion.
30's downstairs as well.
Downstairs as well. Yeah.
Find it. I think I know which one it is.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Say that, yeah, when you play hide and seek.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, Cindy was here. I suspect only she ran to the restroom, I'm guessing.
Lunch.
It was fun. Thank you. I haven't had a falafel for a long time. Actually, probably the last time in Paris. You know, they have a lot of falafel places in Paris. Yeah,
No, when I
they
was
do.
hungry, but it turned out pretty good.
I don't know.
It's too dry.
Stephanie is here, Cindy, Eric, we need. All right, just being mindful of our time, because I know we have some more really important things to accomplish this afternoon, and we want to do that. We're calling this meeting, we've been to lunch, State Charter School Board meeting, September 12th. It's 1:18 p.m. And we have been in a closed meeting, and so in order for us to continue to meet, we need to come out of that closed meeting. So I would be happy to entertain a motion to that end. Should someone like to make that?
I'd like to make a motion to exit closed session.
All right, Member Spiker has made a motion for us to go out of closed session. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second it while I'm
And,
standing.
Thank you. We appreciate those seconds, because without them, we can't move forward. So a second from Member Olson, and so we'll do a roll call vote again. To exit, the motion is to exit closed session. Member Olson,
Yes.
Member Spiker,
Yes.
Member Cisneros,
Yes?
Vice Chair Phillips,
Yes.
Member Bassett,
Yes.
and Member Biesinger.
Yes.
All right, unanimously, we are out of closed, back into an open session, and we are continued to have had this great presentations, and we're looking for another third one today that I know we'll have, and Smriti is ready to present to us accountability framework around operations.
May I make a motion?
Oh, yes, Member Phillips would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that the board directs staff to provide nominations for the open seat on the Charter Revolving Loan Committee.
Oh, okay, thank you. So that was the nature of our closed session, as we talked about before. So Member Phillips is saying that she would like to direct them to the staff. So I think Director Kramer
It's on the
and
agenda, isn't it?
Executive Director.
Is it on the agenda?
No,
But you can make it coming out of the
but
closed session.
we can still do that coming out of close. It was there before.
Okay.
Yeah, since it was a discussion item prior to that lunch. So we certainly can do that, to direct that. And would you like to add to that motion and report the result of that at a future meeting?
And report the results at a future meeting.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you so much. And a second to that motion from Vice Chair Phillips.
I'll second that motion.
And a second from Member Cisneros. Any discussion on that? All right, so all those in favor of the motion to direct our team to present names for consideration for the Charter School Revolving Loan Committee and report back in an ensuing meeting, say aye. Aye. And any opposed, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now, Smriti, we gave you a chance to take a breath, and we're ready to listen carefully. We want to hear about operations.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. Good afternoon, everyone. Here to present the third piece of the performance framework, which is the operational piece. And here I have the slideshow ready to go. Okay. So the first slide talks about the guiding principles, that were taken into consideration while developing this framework. And the first one being taking the SCSP values, that is excellence, trust, impact, authenticity, and compassion into consideration. And moving on, the main goal was to preserve, one of the main goals was to preserve operational autonomy for the schools, because that allows SCSP authorized charter schools the flexibility to innovate and determine the best method to achieve their goals. So we have tried to develop the framework keeping in mind that it should focus on outcome rather than prescribing specific processes. And moving on to the next point, facilitate transparent feedback. So this one's ensuring that the framework provides clear and transparent feedback to schools so that they understand their performance and areas of improvement. And the fourth point here, balancing accountability and flexibility. This is ensuring that while schools have the flexibility to innovate, they are also held accountable for their performance. And this balance is achieved through regular monitoring, evaluation, support for continuous improvement, and communication with schools. So using these guiding principles, our SCSP staff, we, in collaboration with National Charter School Institute, we develop performance indicators, and these measurable values are will be used to evaluate the SCSP authorized charter schools' effectiveness and success in various areas. Moving on to the next slide that talks about the purpose. So the purpose of the framework, it acts as a powerful tool for evaluating, identifying, sharing, and supporting various aspects of schools' operations. And it also serves several important purposes, such as performance measurement. So the framework provides a way to measure the effectiveness and efficiency of various operational processes. This helps in identifying areas that are performing well and those that need improvement, and communicate those with the schools. And the decision-making purpose. So by offering clear, quantifiable data, these indicators support informed decision-making. Leaders can use this information to make strategic adjustments and allocate resources more effectively. Risk management. Operational framework indicators can help identify potential risk before they become significant issues. So this proactive approach allows school to implement, control, and mitigate risks early. And the last one, continuous improvement. By regularly monitoring these indicators, schools can foster a culture of continuous improvement, which helps in maintaining high standards of performance. And the third slide here, it talks about the related laws to do with operational framework. So the laws surrounding the operational framework for charter schools are designed to ensure that these schools operate effectively, remain accountable to their stakeholders, along with meeting specific performance, compliance, and accountability standards. And the second point is coming straight from our charter agreement, that talks about under Utah Code 53G-5-401. 1A, the charter school is considered a public school within the state's public education system and is subject to and must abide by all federal and state laws, regulations, rules, and policies otherwise affecting charter schools as public schools. And also Utah Code Section 52-4 surrounding Open and Public Meeting Act, and Utah Code Section 53G surrounding public education system in reference to local administration and charter contract. And last but not the least, rules R277-553-2 that states that the authorizer shall annually review and document matters specific to effective charter school operations, including governing board performances. Okay, moving on to the methodology. So here, developing an operational framework, as a charter school authorizer to assess school involved a structured methodology to ensure comprehensive and effective evaluation. And then the next point being defined objective, the next step. The framework is intended to be objective, minimize administrative burdens, and provide support to our schools. It should focus on performance, not compliance, and is not intended to be punitive, but instead provide a basis for an assessment that will lead to conversation with our schools. And moving on to the next point here, partners and stakeholders. So in the process of developing this framework, I was really appreciative that Lisa was, willing to join and be part of my team. When we worked together, we had that initial meeting with our National Charter School Institute representative, and then, we started with the framework. We had frequent meetings with her, and afterwards, we got Marie and Paul involved, got their input, and also Brendan. And also in the process, I've reached out to a couple of other SCSP staff members to get their expertise, for things like looking into complaints and compliance issues. So yeah, that's where the stakeholder engagement came from. And moving on to the next point, developing performance indicators. So established performance indicators that should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So this one's coming straight out of our Smart Rocks, that our we here at the SCSB as a team, that's the goal, that's the rock we want to achieve throughout, various tasks that we are trying to achieve, through different processes. And then creating policies and procedures. So, the goal is to develop detailed policies and procedures that align with the framework's objectives. And then the implementation piece, so creating a step-by-step plan for implementation, for implementing the operational framework. So this should include timelines, resource allocation, and things of that nature, because given the limited number of staffs that we have, within our organization, we'll have to see how that all plays out with the limited resources. And then the training and development, provide training and professional development for staff to ensure they understand and can effectively implement the framework once that comes into play. And monitoring and evaluation, establish a system for ongoing monitoring and evaluation of the framework's effectiveness, regularly review performance data and make adjustment needed to make to improve outcomes, because I'm sure as time goes by we'll have some changes. It's always good to make changes as required, as needed by the change of rules, change of situations, each individual schools, whatever it may be. And then communicate to schools. Communication is the key, and schools will know how they are doing, operationally. So that's very important. And last but not the least, again, continuous improvement, foster a culture of continuous improvement by regularly updating the framework, again, based on feedback and changing needs. So by following these methodologies, hope is to develop a robust operational framework and that oversees the schools and enhancing their overall performance and provides support in the areas that are needed. Okay, so here we have, have outlined indicators and then the performance measures under each indicators. So the first indicator is the governing board members are appropriately seated and have the capacity to provide appropriate oversight. And we have 6 different measures under this indicator. So basically, so the first one's governing board members meet the legal requirements for board membership, and the second one, the governing board is free from actual and perceived conflict of interest. All governing board members have participated in annual training as required by Utah Code. The school and its governing board establish, approve, and monitor the annual budget and safeguard the financial health of a school. The governing board has adopted rules of order and procedure per section such and such of the charter contract and the Utah Code. And lastly, the governing board's bylaws and nonprofit articles of incorporation are accurate and meet the requirements of Utah state law. So, and then going back to the slide, basically once we have that, thank you. So in order to measure these, to make sure that the schools have these performance measures, we have certain criteria that we look into each of these measures, which I'm gonna, touch base in a little bit here. And and then we have some sources that, we use in order to go through each of the criterias. Okay, and the second indicator here, the board operates in substantial compliance with the charter contract and applicable law. Under this, the 4 measures that we are looking into is board meetings are properly noticed, decisions of the board are made during open meetings, board minutes are made available on the website, and the governing board timely submits reports required by the state and federal law, the charter contract, and as requested by the SCSB per charter contract section 4H. And the other indicator is the school is a safe environment for students, employees, and families. And in order to measure that, the measuring the definition surrounding measuring, I should say, is the school is a safe place to learn and work. And last indicator here, the school operates in compliance with the charter contract and applicable state, federal, and local laws. Again, measures, we have 6 different measures. The school's insurance policies are complete and meet minimum coverage requirement as designated in Utah Code 53G-5-404 and the charter contract. The school has not received complaints that have resulted in a violation of law or the charter contract, including violations of FERPA and laws surrounding public record request that have resulted in the corrective action plan with the USB departments. The third one, the school does not discriminate in its enrollment and lottery practices, including discrimination against students with disabilities, English language learners, race, gender, ethnicity, or any other basis that would be illegal if used by a school district. Fourth one, the school's employees have met the legally required minimum standards for background checks and certifications. Fifth one, the school and board meet the requirements of Utah Code 53G-5-404 13B and C regarding the approval and publication of instructional materials. And the last one, the school's website is up to date with current information per state law, state board rule, and the charter contract. So once those measures are there, again, with the use of performance criteria, various performance criteria. I'll give a couple, an example of a criteria that we're looking at. For example, to make sure that the board members have background checks on file. So the meets would be that all members have background checks on file, and does not meet would be at least one member is missing checks on file. So that's, that's the kind, that's one of the criteria example that I wanted to give. So once we go through these performance criterias, based on, and then we have a tier system, pretty similar to what we had for finance framework piece. So we have different tiers here, and then various categories for school, and, the business rules, surrounding if it's a new school, school is in first year of operations, and stable would be school meets all but, one performance criteria, and it would be in the review category if it meets all but 2 of the performance criteria, and the last one, active engagement, if the school does not meet 3 of the performance criteria, or is a tier 3 school that based upon information reviewed is considered not sound operationally. And these are the tools, the sources that we would be looking at to verify, that those measures have been met, whether those measures have been met or not by the schools. For instance, a bunch of measures, for instance, making sure that the background checks are on file for all the board members, background checks are on file for all the school admins, teachers. That's like, given the limited number of staff here at the SCSP, we don't have the capacity to look into that. So those kind of things would fall under the assurance checklist piece, where school would assure to us that they have been, maintaining those as required. And yeah, those, something that it's not possible for us to look into each one. Like, for instance, that they have put all their minutes on their website for all the meetings, all the agenda is there, all the recordings are there, it would be like nearly impossible for us to validate that for each of the schools that we have. So those sorts of examples would come under assurance checklist. And then, use of school's website to pull up some of the policies and that we could check, and also public notice website to verify that schools have been posting their meeting agenda and materials, making sure that they are following the 24 hours rule that kicks in, with the OPMA. And then, also as part of the framework, we would also be in contact with USB Finance, because, for instance, especially to look that schools have submitted their budget on time or not. Sometimes USB Finance reaches out to us and let us know, we are still waiting on these schools, and that's when we come into play and we reach out to our schools and, kind of like request them to submit their budget if they haven't done so. So it's kind of a collaboration. So, there's, that communication that goes on with USB Finance. And then the UPEF system, again, the Utah Public Education Financial System. This is where the schools submit their budget. We use this, we can verify, that schools have submitted the budget there. So, yeah, another way of making sure that the measures have been met. And then the UCAP system, our own system, getting all the documents that we need for schools, some of this, which we can use to verify things that we wanted to look at, and also getting access to corrective action plans that goes out to schools from various USB departments when the school is not following, have not submitted, not answered back, to their questions, or have not submitted their budget on time. It could be like any reason, like that USB departments reach out to these schools, and we get copied on those emails, and we become aware. And also through audits and site visits, so that we learn about the schools. That's when we perform audits, we can reach out and ask questions. So so these are like many of the tools that we would be using when we look into the operational framework. And then, like I mentioned earlier, assurance checklist is still being worked on, because once we've thought through, okay, this is the one that we think would go into that category. But other tools, definitely we could use here ourselves and verify certain measures. And moving on to the work in progress, again, developing an assurance checklist. And also thinking about remediation tools. Once we have the framework started to kick in, do we want to use the tools that we already have? For instance, we just started implementing letter of awareness and reaching out to schools and having those meetings and discussions. Do we want to continue doing that, or do we want to implement something new? Totally just focused on the framework. So still needs, these are the things that we still need to think through and discuss as a team. And again, going back to the resources, how much manpower, how many hours do we have? How much time do we want to allocate? Like, who amongst the staff would be really doing these, once they start? This is complete package to be ready to be implemented. Okay. And then to summarize, so the goal is to help maintain high standards for SCSP authorized charter schools by setting clear expectations and accountability measures. So the framework ensures that the schools comply with state and federal laws, as well as the terms of their charter contracts, and provide a transparent and consistent approach to evaluating and monitoring schools, thus building trust with the stakeholders, and identifying by areas of strength and areas needing improvement, and help schools enhance their operational outcomes. And also it helps in identifying and mitigating risks associated with the operations of schools. Yeah, and that concludes my presentation. Ready
Thank
for
you,
board
Smriti.
feedback. Thank you.
Some discussion for Smriti, some questions, discussion? Vice Chair Phillips.
I assume that the answer to this is yes, but I just want to get it in the minutes. I'm assuming that this criteria and the really nice tiered, sort of chart that you showed us is like the other frameworks that we've been seeing, used primarily to determine what level of support we need to give to the schools. Obviously, if schools fall terribly, they go terribly awry in a number of areas, in a number of the frameworks. There might be an occasion when we put a school on warning or probation, but the common theme to me seems to have been this idea that this framework is giving us more nuanced information and context so that we can support schools with targeted interventions in areas where they need it, because they may not need it in other areas, but they may need it in board governance or
Right.
what have you.
Right.
Is that accurate? Is that
Yes.
accurate to say?
Yes, I would say so, yes. Because, like you said, schools could be doing great financially. They could be doing great in academics, but they could be lagging behind in operations, right? They, just not doing the basics that needs to be done. So this is like a knock-knock, you need to also focus on the operations piece, even if you're doing great in other two areas. So, yep, I would agree.
So much.
Yeah, thank you.
Additional thoughts? Member Spiker.
Thank you for this work. And I just had a question about the fourth, performance indicator around safe schools. And this might be something that just gets flushed out, or maybe, and this could more of just a comment that I think, let me just look at that again. Maybe it was number 3. I think it was number 3. Yeah, the school is a safe environment for students, employees, and families, and then the one kind of indicator there is the school is a safe place to learn and work, and I think that is so extremely vague, and the way that we define safety or what a safe environment is for me might be very different for Member Olson. I think I know what you're saying, and in the backdrop of just what we continue to experience in our schools, and we're reminded of again last week. To me, this is number 1, and I just think that we need to flesh that out and what that looks like for every school, or if there are certain metrics. I mean, everything from, we now know of having a school resource officer in every school and what that looks like. I don't know if that's the direction of this, or if it's more of, every child is loved, right? So I think that it's very vague, and it might be really hard for us to use that as a metric, although I love the goal.
Yeah.
And the standard, the performance standard.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just to answer on that, so the meets and does not meet, criteria to go along that as of today, having some discussions, in our group is the meet would be the school does not have any complaints on file that have been elevated to the director and associated director level for follow-up communications, and does not meet is the school has received complaints that have been elevated, to the director and associated director level for follow-up communication. That's what, we have it.
Thank you for that clarification. That's great.
Thank you. Other comments from anyone? I have a couple. I wrote down the same thing, safe place to learn and work, because hard to measure. And it's hard to measure. There, you just provided a potential way to measure by saying, have they had any complaints? That still doesn't assure that it's completely safe. That just means no one's complained about their concerns, right?
Yeah.
But it's a hard one to measure, and you would have to. You said in one place that it would be impossible to do. It's not impossible. But I know what you mean by impossible. It's impossible for 1 or 2 people to do, right? It's not. It would be possible, but you'd need a huge team to be going into schools to look at that and to make sure that they're not discriminating relative to who they admit to the school, for example, as well. How to find out and how to measure. And that may use the same thing. Has anyone complained about it? But it could still happen without anyone knowing, therefore no one complains, right? So they're tough ones to measure, but all important. You probably already know, too, that LEAs sign every year a list of assurances. A list makes it sound like a grocery list. It is pages long. I have one printed sitting on my desk. Don't ask me why I have it there, but I do, because I was showing people how unwieldy it was, and to say, look how much there is. I mean, there are things on there that someone could say, yes, we do that, but no one ever. We just don't have enough sheriffs to go around and say, do you really have that, even though it says in law that you should? Like, does every school have a sign that says, "In God We Trust"? That's on the assurance list. Do we? Well, People mark, yeah, okay, well, that's close enough. But not necessarily Dewey. And I'm not talking just charter schools. I'm talking about any public school have that. It's hard to check a lot of the pieces, but I think assurances are a good way. I mean, I don't know what else you can do, but to go through that assurance list, you may not need to duplicate it. If there may be enough already on the assurances that they are signing that will give you, they're saying they're doing it, unless you hear differently, right? We trust that they're doing it unless they do differently. So your compliance could be that everyone has submitted and marked all the appropriate boxes on an assurance list. Now, you may have some others, and that assurance list changes after every legislative session. It's now going to say, who are your safety officer, because of the 2024 session, some things have been added to it, right? But there may be some things that we have in charters that may not be on that assurance list. I don't know for sure, right? But you could look and see. There's an idea. I'm just offering that as a possibility. But of those, I hate when someone says, research says, without me providing you sources and saying. So I'll just say anecdotally, but there is research, and I have to give that and provide to you that of those indicators, and we've talked about it in here before, having a strong governing board does more for a school than almost anything. If you have a strong, competent governing board for each school, they take care of a lot of things. So from my perspective, and Member Spiker said a safe place is really important to her. It is to me as well. The kids feel safe being there, that the school has safety measures in place to protect kids. All that's really important. I'm going to submit, if you have a strong governing board, they're going to watch for those things, that they're going to take care of things like that. So to me, making sure we have how we measure. If I had to measure just one thing on all of that, I'd have them make sure they mark assurances for everything, but make sure the governing board is a really good board, that they're having regular meetings and having adequate discussion to make decisions to do that work. From my perspective, others may disagree. So that's, if you have to narrow down, it would be, and you're right, it's not possible for just one person to do all that, Smriti. You can't. If you could hire big teams of auditors to go out and check, you could, but it's very difficult. And so if we trust that schools are doing it, we remind them through assurances, these are the things that you should be doing. And if they had a really, again, I'm speaking for myself, a strong governing board, and we measured mostly around that, I think we would be help operations almost more than anything else to do. Now, Member Spiker wanted to add to that.
Thank you. I was just going to comment that from my own experience as a charter school director, although the assurances were a lot, it was an important conversation that we had every year between for as administration and board, because it allowed us then to say, where are we with this? How are we? Is this really happening? Where are the gaps and the holes? Are there procedures or policies we need to put into place to make sure that we are meeting these assurances? So I think that it is it's important that we push our schools to have the conversation, although sometimes it can feel a lot, but I think it's also beneficial.
Right. And many of those items that you talked about would be there. Governing boards are not, because I suspect I shouldn't say that. I have to go through it, so many pages to make sure what's there, what's not. But we should, I think we could use that as a starting place, just as an idea. Member Cisneros.
It's actually a brilliant idea that used to be in place. So I want to caution that, right? That we had the USBE assurances, and then we went to our charter school boards doing assurances in UCAP of those 10 to 15 items that were unique to our schools. And I think they do provide the appropriate annual, oh yeah, or oh shoot, right? And I think that is a good check, and it does instill trust. It has a tendency to fill busy work. And it also, I don't think we want to, oh, just kidding, we stopped having you do the assurances. Oh, just kidding, we're going to have you start doing the assurances again, right? Like, I know that we're building airplanes in flight, and we're trying to be in partnership with our schools and ensure that we're reflective of that culture. I'm hesitant because we are starting to fall into the same trap as everything else in education. Just wait it out 5 years and it will change. And then in another 5 years, it'll just go back to what it was 10 years ago. And so like when the idea of colors came up again, I'm like, just go back 15 years and you'll know the anger that was surrounded by the 4-color system associated with reviewing our schools, even though that was NACSA best practice. So I just want to put a caution out there for there. But also, a shout out to, I love the phrase learn and work. Happy teachers, I truly believe, make the difference in our schools. And so we need to be working on making sure that our teachers are acknowledged in that regard. But also, you use the word as a knock. And so it's a difference as a knock, as a reminder to say, let's help you be in a partnership. And it's another thing to be a comprehensive audit. And we are audited ad nauseum. And we want to be supportive oversight, and so I don't think we want to be another auditor. I say all that, it's not helpful. I appreciate that I'm just pontificating with no actual help in that, but that's where my brain went.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I think I wrote down disclosures on here. And may I segue from that? The reason I wrote that down, it's going to be true of any of the, once we say, okay, we're ready with our frameworks, until they're in operation, we really won't know how they're working. We're going to do the best we can to that point. But it's kind of like a brand new teacher's disclosure is maybe a couple of pages, and someone who's been in place for 5 to 10 years, they get longer and longer and longer. All the things, they're trying to avoid every possible problem they've seen over the years, and they get longer and longer and longer. I hope that in that we will always keep these simple, that as brief and as simple, focused on really key elements that really make a difference. So around operations, you're exactly right. I'm with you 100%. That can you really monitor all of that? No. And you, as a result, we don't want schools to do a lot of busy work around things that are not as critical as if you did this 1 or 2 things, it would really be, that's what will move you forward the most. So that's my challenge, and I think I'm representing what I'm hearing from others too, that as much as we can focus on these couple of things and we stick to them, that these are what's really going to make a difference. These are really going to make a difference. Yeah, and I wrote that down earlier too. How when we do this, how will we keep this in place for a while? Give some time for us to learn from it and work on it, which is also going to be important. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I think kind of summarizing a bit of what I'm hearing that as well. Are we segueing? Smriti, thank you. And thank you for your consideration, your work to pull with your committee, with others, to get all these ideas into one place. And I hope that you're saying, oh, I think you are. It's like a fire hose, right? If we said, all right, thank you, Smriti, will you now check for all of these things in every single school, and we want a comprehensive report, you'd say, oh. No, we would see Smriti say goodbye, right? So what's really helpful to schools and to us in helping them with their operations, what 2 or 3 things, and that's going to be true relative to finance. I think you're trying to narrow it down. Academics, the same thing, trying to narrow it down. I'm segueing, as you can see, to our next agenda item, which is to talk about all of the frameworks as a whole. Do you all have some discussion that you'd like to add to that for our team, some individuals? Smriti, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you guys for your input. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, we appreciate your work too, and know that we do value. Lisa said it lunch. I get nervous doing that. We all like you, Lisa. So there isn't one person here who wants you not to do well. We support you and want you here. So we're glad that and appreciate the work that Brendan, Lisa, Smriti are representing from a whole team and a lot of hours of work. We appreciate you. All right, and it's important work. It's important work. Thank you. I know Director Kramer and Associate Director Stephenson have really worked to lead that effort. So what feedback can we give them overall relative to that? I've started with my feedback about KISS, right? Keep it simple, stupid, right? As much as possible, keep it as narrowed as possible around key elements that are really going to demonstrate what schools are doing. And I think we've talked about that individually with each area, but really what's really going to make a difference? What really is going to help schools the most? Or what do we need to know to help schools the most? All right, others talk. I've said enough.
Chair Bowles, could I just make one introduction
Yes, of
to,
course.
as we open up this new agenda item, this is going to be next steps. This will be brief, but we have a member of our team who's outside of our team that we want to introduce. I think that Cindy, yep, there she is. And so we've had the great pleasure of working with Cindy Schumacher, and Cindy is a consultant that works for the National Charter School Institute. She touched our financial framework probably the most. However, in the last 2 weeks, we've been able to negotiate and work with Cindy and the National Charter School Institute to help us pull it all together. You probably saw some common themes between each of the frameworks, and that's some of Cindy's handiwork and her great expertise that she lends. She keeps us organized and keeps us moving forward. So I wanted to make sure that Cindy was part of this wrap because she is who we are working with to help us truly bring some process and policy to the board. And so Cindy, love working with you. Everybody on our team loves working with you. And I just want to turn it over to you so that you could introduce yourself more than I already have, and then just talk a little bit about our board's next steps.
Certainly. Thank you, Paul. As Paul said, Cindy Shoemaker. I am here as a representative of the National Charter Schools Institute, and I'm very happy to be here today. The question you might be asking is, why Cindy? So I thought I would just share a few things about my background to explain that, and then, as Paul said, talk a little bit about the process and procedure side of it. I am a CPA, so I have a financial background, but I have spent the larger part of my career in charter schools. I've been involved in authorizing charter schools for over 25 years. My son was 4 when I started into this, and he will be turning 30 this month. When I joined the charter school movement, I wanted to be able to do something around, with my accounting skills, but I wanted something a little bit more meaningful than looking at financial statements. And to me, and at that point in my life, that was educating children. And I fundamentally believe that parents should have a choice of where we send our children to school. So I joined the charter school movement in Michigan. As I mentioned, I'm a CPA, but I also spent 10 years as an internal auditor, and I truly enjoy analyzing, building, and improving systems. And I spent almost 20 years with the nation's first university authorizer in the country. And as that, my first position there was the Director for Fiscal Performance and Accountability. So I helped them develop their fiscal oversight processes. From there, I went to became an associate director, and I became responsible for all areas of oversight. So I was responsible for answering the questions of the kids' learning, the academic area. Is the money being taken care of, the fiscal oversight, and is there good faith working relationship in compliance with the law? So the governance and compliance side of things. My last 5 years, I was the executive director for the Central Michigan University Center for Charter Schools, and I was responsible for overseeing approximately 60 schools. I left authorizing about 6 years ago. and began supporting authorizers around the country, as well as charter school affiliated organizations. A couple of things that I've done that I thought might be relevant for the project that I'm working with Utah on is I have facilitated the updating of the fiscal performance frameworks that the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, which is our standard setting body. They have a best practices fiscal performance framework, so I help facilitate that. I've been an executive coach for leaders based on the NACSA Leaders Program, and I've worked with organizations such as Central Michigan University, Chicago Public Schools, Atlanta Public Schools, New Mexico Department of Education, among others. I've worked on things like strategic planning, designing programs, reviewing new school applications. And the National Charter Schools Institute has tapped me to really work with their partners on charter oversight as generally in the finance area, but not always. My focus up to this point, as Paul says, has been to help your team on redesigning your financial framework in a manner that fits your environment and aligns with your strategic plan and values. We talked about the law, we talked about what keeps them up at night, we talked about what I've seen across the country, but most importantly, we talked about values and how the framework could be a supportive tool to help the schools move forward and be successful in their quest to ensure that all students receive a quality education. So while I focused on that financial framework to begin with, I'm now turning my attention, along with my colleague Allison Murphy, who helped facilitate the organizational framework. She and I will be working together with the Utah team and be focused on working on creating that policy or process that Paul spoke about bringing them all together. While we haven't had a lot of time to focus on this just yet, I see that policy as an umbrella that sits over the three frameworks, and it will provide guidance, clear expectations, while demonstrating a commitment to your values, your mission, and your goals. I just want to say thank you to the Utah team. I've really enjoyed working with them. They're a great group and really have the heart of their schools, of your schools at mind. With that, I continue, I look forward to continue to working with them, and I'm going to turn it back over to Paul and just listen in and see if there's any questions I can answer.
So one of the key reasons that, thank you, Cindy, we wanted to introduce you to Cindy is because the facilitator leads that you heard about, the strengths that Brendan brought and Smriti brought and Lisa brought, they all are looking for a little bit of time and support and kind of some relief from this very tasking work that they've been doing for a while. And that's where when you authorized us to use the dollars to work with the Institute, these are dollars at work and a resource in Cindy so that Brendan can enjoy going to the schools for 2 weeks or so and then return to this. And Lisa and Smriti. Cindy will be looking at the board meeting minutes like we do. I think we told you we review these meetings and listen to the feedback. And then we'll be working very closely with her. So we thought it was important. The process, and this, we do have the suggested motion today as this board now turns to discussion and contemplation and questions and pointing out things for the remainder of this agenda time. We just thought it'd be important that you just take a look at this suggested motion, and that's basically letting the lead facilitators team that we introduced you to continue to work with Marie and myself, as well as the lead consultant who you've met here, to incorporate board feedback. That's really important to us. And then also to prepare a next draft of the framework and kind of follow through on that timeline that I presented earlier today. This should lead to a 30-day public notice. This is a long motion. Whoever has is going to have to take a couple breaths. And it's a suggestion. You could do whichever, but it could lead to the 30-day public notice time period, which we know we need to include, and then also a final draft of the framework November, and then maybe ultimately approving this work in December or early in 2025. And so with that, Chair Bowles, I turn the rest of this agenda item over to the board and to you
Thank
to
you.
discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start by saying thank you, Cindy, for being with us. I know that this team has enjoyed working with you, and we appreciate your input and expertise and background to help us in this work. So thank you. Pleasure of the board. Any comments? Are you ready for a motion? We've had some good discussion during the day. Member Cisneros.
Would you, Chair, would you prefer the motion and then the discussion, or just a few thoughts prior to wrapping up with the
You
motion?
certainly may give some thoughts first before you make a motion if you'd like.
One, thank you to Cindy. She pointed out and kind of what I was going to say, what was very obvious, and I'm so grateful for staff, is the values were woven so thoughtfully into each of the standards and in a way that made sense for those standards. And it was so obvious. And so I appreciate that from staff. Also, it was very thoughtful of not being onerous on the operators. And a couple of times staff said things like without putting more work on the school. And so I was very grateful to hear that and have that be the thought moving forward. I liked that things look streamlined. I do think that I think we still can simplify a little bit and bring it down to those crucial items. More, sometimes it's just more. But I do love the direction that we're going with all of them. One of my favorite pieces out of today was kind of the choose your own adventure in the academic side. And I think if we had that in operations or in finance, they would take that too, but that would defeat the purpose. I'll pick that metric and not that one, right? So it doesn't quite work in those two other realms. But in the academic side, this idea of the choose your own adventure for what makes sense. And I do think the vast majority will just choose that growth factor. I agree with your numbers on that. But being able to provide the school the option for their pathway, I think also has the beautiful outcome of increasing accountability, right? They get to have a complete say in which pathway they want to go, and then we can then say, own your pathway, right? And so I love that. I think that was fantastic, and I know it was a collaborative effort. That's all I got, so I'm happy to read the motion as fast as I possibly can, and then continue the discussion.
Absolutely.
All right. And I'm going to see if I can do this without two breaths. The academic operations and finance lead facilitator should continue to work with the executive director and associate executive director, as well as the lead consultant at the National Charter School Institute, to incorporate board feedback and prepare the next draft of the framework, including the process, policies, procedures, forms, for presentation at the October State Charter School Board meeting. This should lead to a 30-day public notice and a final draft of the framework at the November board meeting. Ultimately, this will lead to the adoption of the new State Charter School Board accountability framework in December 2024 or early 2025.
Oh. She's got to do voiceovers, right? This drug will result in.
I'll second
All right.
that.
We have a motion from Member Cisneros. Do we have a second to that motion? Who did? Member Spiker. Thank you so much. I missed it. So, a motion from Member Cisneros, a second from Member Spiker. Is there additional discussion? Yes, Member Spiker.
I also just wanted to highlight, I really appreciate the deliberate thought and the language choices of the level, the performance levels, or the tiered levels on the each, and that all three frameworks were very mindful about that language. Language matters, and so I just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you. Additional comments from anyone? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Phillips.
I just want to just kind of, you know how sometimes as teachers, we're taught to, when we get to a certain place, a destination in the curriculum or in the project or whatever, that we have to take the time. One of the best practices is to take time and look back, turn around and look back to see how far we've come. And I just want to say that, you know, I'm just about to transition off this board. It's been nearly 8 years. And this board and its staff have come such a long way. There were good things happening 8 years ago. It wasn't, Member Cisneros has alluded to that already. But the change of tone, the change of focus, the flexibility, the ability to look at how we measure success more broadly, which fits our mission and vision and values and the schools that we've authorized so much better. I just think it's important to see how deliberate and intentional that effort has been. It just didn't happen. And so thanks to the board for, the guidance that you've given staff, and staff for just working your tails off to get something so unbelievably clear and yet specific and helpful. I mean, that's kind of a hard thing, to have so many specifics, but have it be clear and in some ways simple at the same time. So thank you for that, and just kudos to looking back and seeing how far we've come in trying to support, monitor, hold our schools accountable, but yet in ways that make sense for the types of schools we've authorized. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Phillips. Member Biesinger.
Just a short comment. I have a lot of respect for the work that's gone into. I just can probably quantify the hours that have come up with today's kind of presentations. For me, useful tools are, my brain works on kind of dashboards, and just going back to the idea of keeping it simple, which has been articulated here, but I just, anytime we dive into projects like this, it just seems like there is this wrestling match of appropriate detail versus simplicity. But I think useful dashboards are simple and then able to maybe draw down into more detail after the fact. So I think this represents a move in that direction, and just would comment that if we can err on the side of simplicity with the ability to take deeper dives, I think that's helpful as far as real world tools, with respect to schools, and keep it simple on their side, but then as a body that's got a responsibility for stewardship, it just helps to have something simple and kind of be able to very quickly and analyze and get to kind of the core of maybe a few issues.
Thank you so much for that input. I know they appreciate that as well, for all of your input. And everyone, additional comments from anyone? As we move forward, I just want to say thank you for this team. You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do this work. But I really appreciate that you have jumped into a proactive work as opposed to just waiting for someone to call, a news person from a television channel to say what's going on here or there. So we could be easily caught in a reactive mode. And I so appreciate that you're taking a proactive direction, because it puts us in control. It puts us in control of the narrative and the work that's being done. And thank you for the work that you've done to do that. And I know it's a lot of work. It would have been just to sit around and wait for a reaction. In some ways seems easier, but in the long run is not. So thank you for being proactive when we can control it. And not that it will change the motion, but just in your thinking, I know that any of us, if we were to pass this motion, that you're going to bring back to us in as reasonable a time frame as you can. And if in the next few weeks you're not quite ready yet to October, and that's why at the end of the motion it says early 2025. It allows you that flexibility. I just want to remind you of that, because it gives you, you'd rather do something right than have to hurry and just crank it out, right? So you've been thoughtful through this, so continue in that same direction. All right. I think everyone's made comments who would like to. We have a motion on the table and a second. All those in favor of the motion, which you can read, say aye. Aye. And any opposed, no. It passed unanimously. We all agree, and so appreciate the work that's been done. Thank you all. All right. For us, that's great.
Means I got 45 minutes.
For us, and I've just felt like I've been pushing everybody today, because I know we had so much to do. So thank you for letting me push us a little bit. But now we have another item that's important, and it's the Carry Forward Spend Plan, which not only our Executive Director, Associate Executive Director have worked on, but I know Member Biesinger maybe, and others have looked at. And so let's launch into that.
Yep. Thank you. So we did have 3 critical questions as we approach this work. The first question is, how did we get here? And we had a lot to learn. When I say how do we get here, we have a large amount of carry forward. And the carry forward is an issue that we need to spend, we need to deal with. And so we really asked ourselves that critical question, and it was a cumulative thing, happened year over year. We just started accumulating more by not spending the same amount. It was by old encumbrances that were left around. It was by learning the processes with USBE for, how requests for proposals, and there are other types of competitive processes. Takes a while. We didn't own the financial and have the expertise, and we now, I would say as a team, Lisa specifically, we understand our numbers. We just weren't that as involved, as engaged as we should have been, which is okay, but we just wanted to double down on this. So how do we get there? We needed to collaborate more with USBE than what we had in the past. We needed to increase our own capacity and ask the right questions. We had to learn. And so that's how we got there. We did have a change in the middle of last fiscal year at the executive level. Marie and I tried to see if we could spend some more money last year, but it's hard when you start in late October. And so our plan is to, do it this year going forward. That's why we have a presentation of a carry forward. What are the actual numbers was our next critical question. We relied on USBE to kind of give us the numbers in the past. And this year we took the challenge of, what do we think the numbers are going to be? We have all the information, and we did the homework prior to USB giving us the numbers, and there was no material difference between what we were coming up with as a team for what we have as carry forward and what was given to us from USBE. I think that's just a demonstration of the first critical question, how do we get here? It's an example of we weren't that in the weeds, and we weren't doing that level of detail and that involved, and we know the numbers, and we know what we need to spend, and that's very important. They weren't just given to us or anything like that. We own these numbers. What's our carry forward spend plan was the next critical question, and that these be legitimate, valid ideas on how to carry forward. Some of them are not just ideas, but we're moving them through the approval process already. We have ownership within our team as to who's going to take it on and keep it moving forward. And so we believe that we've presented a really solid carry forward plan, one that we can execute. You can measure us against the quarters. At the end of quarter 2, how much have we spent of our carry forward? We don't think we'll spend quite half, but 30-40% would be a really good measure of success halfway through the year. Certainly by the third quarter, you can measure us again against that again and make sure that we're executing this spend plan that you're going to look at. So with that, that's what guided our work, was asking some questions. And then Member Biesinger engaged as a financial committee member with us, and we appreciate your work. And I think you were just willing to make a few comments about the experience and your questions and anything else, Member Biesinger.
Yeah, I would be brief. I did have a chance to meet in the past several weeks with Paul and Lisa. It's clear there's been a lot of intention here to break down specific categories. I think at kind of a level, if the intent is to be a supportive organization, this initiative is key in that support. I think this entity has provided resources that should be deployed for various helps to the schools that are authorized under our umbrella, and And I think that this plan is a great, a great kickoff and starting point, subject to feedback and tweaks. But I think it represents a great place to really quantify, how this should look and have measurable markers along the way, and really just go back to the specifics of offering areas of support to the schools and to the students in those schools that need as many resources as they can garner. So I think it represents great work, and I really appreciate my chance to be involved.
We did come out of the committee then with a recommendation from the financial committee to adopt this carry forward spend plan too. Thank you for your engagement, questioning. It was really good, really helped us. And so then Associate Executive Director, I think you were going to cast on the screen just the spreadsheet. We're not going to walk you through all of it. That's actually what we did with Member Biesinger as the financial committee. But we wanted to highlight just a few things. It's pretty small, I can tell. We will circulate this after the meeting as well to board members so that you can also look at it. In the first fund area, if you could scroll down just a little, go back up. I'm sorry, Marie. Right here, we have an explanation to the USBE, and it's that the State Charter School Board experienced a change in executive leadership. For the remainder of the school fiscal year, executive leadership focused on being more collaborative with USBE. This led to tremendous learning opportunities regarding encumbrance, procurement processes, accurate tracking and accounting of expenses, etc. One error that will be remedied in school fiscal year 2025 is that the State Charter School Board will no longer have carry forward funds. That's our goal, is to have no carry forward funds, or maybe up to 10% contingency tops. So it's time to spend the money that is there. And so with that, we are focused as staff is managing all aspects of the budget, and we partner with the Finance Committee and the full board for direction and accountability. This was the same spend plan detail that was on every single tab. We think it was appropriate for every tab. Scroll down just a little bit, Marie. I appreciate it so much. We're going to point out just a few things here and there. This is the largest, it's not the largest amount. This is the fund that pays for our board's work primarily. Travel was really small in one of a previous board meeting, and it's $20,000. We've increased it substantially. Just knowing that we have national conferences, NACSA and others. So taking board feedback from previous meetings, we did increase to 20,000 versus it was just 3,000 at one point. You heard us talk about the 25 in 2025 event. It does have a price tag. Those events are not free, but we think that this celebration is going to really leverage our past with the future. And so we believe a $100,000 investment, which is in budget according to PACE strategies, is a good spend to support schools. So that's one that we wanted to highlight. We do have some IT hardware just with the move. In some ways, our move out of the operational space here times really well with having carry forward funds, because there are some one-time costs associated with that move. Marie, if you could talk about the contract services academic for $50,000, I think that's a great one for you to highlight.
Yes, as we go out and visit schools and talk with our partners too at the associations, we are always getting feedback on trainings schools would like to have, or things they wish they could participate in. And so by budgeting for this, it will allow us to be able to provide for those trainings, or help provide funding for schools to participate in trainings when they request those things.
And maybe the next one too, because I know you're instrumental in helping us with the board's professional development and retreat.
We had a great retreat and development last December. And as we've begun talking with our executive team and our board leadership, they've expressed that that would be something that they would like to pursue again. And so we're in those conversations now and planning for another fun and educational time together in December.
More conceptual in nature, but we think important. It's just we do have members of our team that are interested in continuing education. So a tuition reimbursement for potentially some of our team members was one that you saw up on top for $20,000. That one needs a little bit more work to take from concept to actuality, but I know it could really support and help retain some of the great people that we have on our team. And then scroll down just a little bit. All we've wanted to do is just highlight a few things. That's good for that highlight. And then I will stop highlighting soon and allow the board to ask questions, to discuss, and to entertain a motion if you so choose. The CHMT and the CHRG, both, a lot of the resources here can go to service providers such as our association or such as the Charter Network. And they have now mid-year events and end-of-year annual events. Last year we had the opportunity to support their events as they train and mentor teachers and leaders in the field. And we really think that this would be a tremendous resource again as we potentially use this with our association and with our network, the two arms that really help us do the work that we do. They advocate and they train and they create programming and they do so many valuable things. And so those two tabs do highlight a lot of that work. There's other things like grant writing, Marie, that perhaps you could speak to the grant writing one.
Yep, that's another need that's been expressed by charter schools, just to have some training and support for grant writing. And so we're looking into what that could look like and what we can offer to the schools in our portfolio.
The next tab the board is highly aware of, and that's the startup funds. Last fiscal year, we talked a lot about our startup funds, and we have used those startup funds for new schools, satellite schools, large and small school expansions, and now innovation grants. I think we've spent over $1 million now on innovation grants. We also, as you recall, helped with the funding for one of the schools that had a little bit of an issue that we had to work through. That was a temporary thing. And so we're going to continue to do those things. That's a flow-through amount. And what once was $6 million is now cut in half, and then we've already spent about $3 million of that.
Please speak to that. This is one of my favorite ones as we visit schools, and they'll talk about things they're trying, and then inevitably they'll come up that, I wish we had some more funding, and to be able to ask, have you applied for the innovation grant? And to just see people light up to realize that we have a grant available for them. And they'll say, oh, well, when's it due? And to be able to say, we're continuing to fund, it's available. And so that has been a really wonderful and well-received option for the schools in the field.
Thank you. To the next tab. We have some ideas. Lisa describes this particular fund as being a little bit harder to understand, and so it's hard for me to understand. It came from some COVID money that was taken away and then given back to us through the legislative process. So we dreamed a little bit in here about the possibility of having vehicles of our own that go into the field. We're in schools all the time. The USBE vehicles do work, but there could be a conflict, or it's just we're at a new place now, so to come here, and so that may be an investment that we've put down in the carry forward spend plan. There's also the contingency finds itself in this area as well, 10% contingency for all of this money. The CHFA, there's a little bit money left there, and we think we appreciate this. Last time you gave some discretion for myself as I started this role and for the associate executive director. So there's some discretionary fund, $100,000. And then we really do like to get legal support and guidance proactive, actually, not just reactive. And we continue to do that with our AAGs, and now we're exploring using it outside of our AGs too. So there's some more discretionary funds. God bless you. Some collateral for advertising and marketing to get the good word out about what we're doing. Some contract services, potentially for some other programs, including traction implementation. And so, again, our purpose today was to walk you through what our critical questions were as we did this work. Make sure that you knew that a member of the Finance Committee was engaged and that you had a chance to hear and get that recommendation. To provide some highlights, just so that you had a chance to digest some of this supportive work. This isn't fluff. This is, if you want to be a supportive authorizer, this is what you need to do it. And we talked about that. And so using these funds and spending these funds will set us up very nicely to make sure that we can continue to lobby for the funds that we are receiving. We're gracious and we have a lot of gratitude, and maybe even look for ways to increase where we see that we may need it. There was one question that was brought up for the board's consideration at the USBE last board meeting. And they talked about it's kind of weird, I'm paraphrasing, but to budget for a contingency. To put that in as a line item, it's not really a line item. It's just a practice. It's a way that you go about the work that you do. And so one way to address that, if USBE keeps asking questions about that, is just to increase the spending amounts in some of these different categories. And then if we so choose, just fall short of those by 10%. And I think that'd be a quick response rather than get into philosophical questions. Okay. That concludes the just report and sets you up, Chair Bowles, for discussion and potential motion.
All right. Any discussion, motion relative to that? We want to say thank you to these folks who've worked on it. Director Kramer, Associate Director Stephenson, and Member Biesinger, thank you for spending additional time representing the board and looking through these numbers. We don't really care that you've come from a school. We do care about your financial background, though, because you'll do all the school things just fine. All right. Any motion? I'm not hearing discussion. Yes, Vice Chair Phillips.
I just wanted to make sure that let me remember what they're called exactly. The innovation grants they weren't simply a function of whether or not we had carry forward funds. Are they a stable and regularly funded, an ongoing expense for us?
But per board rule, it's always going to be allowable. So the board rule establishes that it can be spent for innovation. Now, it is using carry forward funds primarily. And so that's not a sustainable program, but we do have at least 2 years of continuation of that program. And we've communicated that to the best of our ability to schools.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because because that's an important part of not only our strategic plan, but our purpose in statute. And we've hired a staff member who's leading the charge there, and we as a board support that. I wonder if it isn't going to be something that's an ongoing part of, I guess we can always use the startup funds or I guess we can't use the startup funds for that. That was its own little pile of money, right? We could, okay. So it could be ongoing in that regard.
It could be.
I just, I'm wondering.
Newer schools that we're starting up potentially.
Right, and that's gonna kind of, vary from year to year. So I think that we'll have that available. But if it's something important to us and at any point we're not able to afford it, I think that this board could request that, as long as they did that in advance from the legislature, particularly if we had data that demonstrated that that it was moving the needle for some schools. The legislature loves to hear that. So just in anticipation of that, I would just say, I hate to see that go away for any reason. I totally agree that besides the contingency, however it's accomplished, we should spend the money we're given, right? That's the whole point it was given, just like it is for public schools. But I would love to see a way to carve out space for that, for those innovation grants. I think that they are, we're going to see, I think, that they really do make a difference in the schools that are writing them and have been granted those.
And I'm hearing you say in that discussion, I think, Vice Chair Phillips, also that we should be keeping track of how that money is, the successes from that money, and being able to keep that documentation close by, that we could share it at any moment, and sometimes maybe even proactively sending it out.
Use it to request ongoing funds because of its success.
Can I speak to that just a little bit?
Absolutely.
As this is just rolling out, there is obviously not much data to collect now, but that is part of the requirements of receiving the funding, is that there will be follow-up that the schools are required to do, so that we have that information.
Thank you.
Because I agree, this is going to be very important.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. And just to have that close by, he will be doing that. So thank you. Thanks. Yeah. All right. Additional comments? Yes, please.
Ms. Stephenson, would you go to CHMT's tab, please? So I have a question first, which is this is fiscal year 24, which just ended, carry forward totals to be spent in school fiscal year 25 if all things go right. So this has not been allocated yet, it's just a wish list.
We have the money already.
Yes, but it hasn't, it's not fully been encumbered, it's just been budgeted.
Correct.
Okay. So my question comes in some of the category numbers. All of them are below 50,000 with the exception of UCN's mid-year event. I don't have any heartburn with whose name is in there. Plug anybody you want in there. I do have, and if you look at the two UCNs together, so you have a UCN annual conference and a UCN mid-year, that's close to $100,000. So I'm just wondering on procurement on that, if we're saying we're going to give one organization close to $100,000, and we've already put the name on it, have we followed procurement on that? Like, I guess I'm just wondering with those numbers, and then how did we come up with who we were sponsoring in those?
CHRG also.
Correct.
And my other kind of question on that is, this is going to be a somewhat controversial statement, but Utah continuously gets dinged from NACSA for having two associations, and we've had that for a long time. I think both bring value, so this isn't a commentary on the organizations themselves. There are some optics surrounding that if we're going to give one organization $100,000 and not another, I'm just wanting to look at the optics around that before we say yes to anything.
Yeah, right. So the CHMT and the RG are really close cousins. One is for charter mentoring and one's for charter training. And so as we inquired about these two, no one gets really into the weeds as to which is training and which is mentoring. There's some questions and there's some accountability, but the money is a little bit more interchangeable. And so for CHMT, we've identified the possibility of the UCN. And for CHRG, we've identified,
I think there's a typo here.
I think so.
Should say you.
So,
I was going to say, boy, that's even more. Now that's 170.
no, so there's
That
a
should-
typo there, and that one should say, there you go.
Yeah, they should be equal in procurement, but that was a good point.
That was the point.
That's a good point.
Do you want me to speak to the procurement part on that?
Yes, please. Does that equalize it out, the opportunity?
That's question number one for
Yes.
that, but two is with them being
Procurement.
$100,000 in agency, how are we handling that?
Yes, you'll notice that it says sponsor. And so that is following the USBE internal policy, where when, after approval of the budget and things, if that goes forward, then we have had the ability, and we did it this past year, to receive approval from Deputy Superintendent Jones, and it follows, process there that rather than going through a typical procurement, it goes instead as a sponsorship. And so there's a policy that allows us to sponsor a conference. And so we were able to sponsor 2 conferences last year, one for each group.
I just wanted to mention that one of the things that we've, I think, benefited from a legislative committee standpoint over these many years, and I think that, Chair Moss of the USB and I have talked about this before, is the collaboration and sometimes agreement, sometimes disagreement between the 2 associations, which has actually very often strengthened our request from the legislature, and also very often strengthened whatever request we were going to make because of the collaboration. And I know that this staff leadership group has made it a point of, I believe, meeting monthly. Occasionally that falls through because of the legislative session or something, but for the most part, meeting monthly with both associations together to, sort of cultivate a sort of advocacy for charters, really. And each of the associations has their own focus, and it has really helped. And they tend to pick up geographical areas a little bit. There's definitely some overlap, but I think in sort of in opposition to what NACSA has criticized, I think it's actually from a legislative committee of this board. I can speak to that and say that it has been a strength for us to have a unified front to different associations particularly when they support the same changes or statutory language or whatever it may be, funding. It's been really great. And there are many charters, a handful who at least, more than a handful, who belong to both associations, as well as some who belong to one or the other based on their geography as much as anything, or just their preference. But I really appreciate that the board has moved into a position to support both associations who offer overlapping but also different things to schools, and I think it's a strength of our charter environment.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I apologize if my comment sounded critical of having 2. My concern was very clear disparities in the amount that was happening on the screen, right? Without procurement, I was having a little bit of a panic attack there. And with that, I don't know what.
That's right.
There was something real.
But that was a good question because we were able to correct it. So it's good that you said it, so it could be corrected. Go ahead.
So going back to my original, so this is and thank you, that was, words matter, right? Sponsor matters. So we sponsored last year, we will sponsor again this year, which is fantastic, and both organizations put on fantastic events for our schools with different audiences in mind, which is fantastic. However, if I'm reading the numbers right, they cannot count on this in 26, correct? Like this is a 25, you get the money, and then you need to have your own plan. 26 moving forward, don't become dependent, correct?
Right. And one of the things we talked about in the finance committee is just we're in a weaker position to request the same or more money to support these efforts if we don't first use the dollars that we have. And so we really have found the accumulation of the carry forward over the time has now become an issue that we really need to resolve, and ask for continued funding, and ask for and demonstrate to Vice Chair Phillips' point. So, but it is correct, and we do try to really message that we're in a unique opportunity to use some carry forward funds to support the work that you do. We do, and yes, please.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
of course.
The biggest piece that, especially from these carry forwards, is this mid-year event. This, of course, is not taking into account the fiscal year 25 CHRG and the CHMT funding that does also allow for some sponsorship, and that's why those annual conferences are a smaller amount. And so we allocated, less money in the actual fiscal year 25 that goes towards those annual conferences to come up to closer to that 75,000 as well. But then we can adjust those as needed in subsequent fiscal years.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Because I think it can just showcase Lisa's work on this again, because she was working on giving us a comprehensive look of all of our budget, including fiscal year 25, alongside Carry Forward. And so I think just appreciate the internal tool that we had, and thank you for remembering that. That's great.
And again, a proactive approach as opposed to having to go to the legislature and react why we still have money remaining, which is we've had to do in the past. So this is much better situation. Member Biesinger.
Chair, I think this will be I anticipate this being, I don't love this analogy, but there's the battle and the war, right? And you get to focus on, maybe I'll say the chapter of the book you're in, but that further things are coming. And I certainly think it's going to be appropriate to advocate for the wise use of those precious tax dollars, right? But I think that this body is going to make a strong case for many of those in some of the areas highlighted. But I think there is a process that, Director Kramer has really understands the tone of the room, and we've got to demonstrate, kind of our ability to do this now, and then upon that, be able to have better positioned discussions in the future with those various stakeholders as well. And I just add a short comment to, the two associations, the network and the association. I am surprised to hear that that's a critique. I don't know. My reaction to that is I find it ironic that a body that promotes choice doesn't want to promote choice in some ways. I'm sure there's a fair side to the coin. But I think that in working with various schools, I just think that there are options and personalities and relationships and dialogues where it really is advantageous to have those two organizations. I don't think that it feels like, from my vantage points, they've ever cannibalized each other. And there are, as we note, close to 150 charter schools, and they're not all going to view things the same way or want to solve problems the same way. So having a couple of resources there, I think, has been very valuable and will continue to be so in the future.
Yeah, good advice and absolutely strong observation. We are the Wild West. We do it the way we want to do it. That works for us, right? Okay, additional comments? If not, I'm ready for a motion. Member Spiker.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Carry Forward budget plan as presented.
Okay, so motion to approve the Carry Forward spend plan and budget. A second to that?
I'll second that.
And a second from Member Bassett. So any further discussion relative to that? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, which is to approve the Carry Forward spend plan and budget, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, unanimous again, and that's a lot of money, and thank you for looking at it very carefully and making considered decisions, knowing that budgets are budgets. We stay within them, but they sometimes may change a little bit here, pieces of it here and there during the year, but we'll always get an accountability at the end as well. Any additional comments? We're at the end of our agenda, and I've been pushing us, and actually my watch says time to stand. So we're right on the money. It's worse when I'm teaching and my watch says, I don't understand. It talks out. I don't understand to my class. It says, all right. Anyway, and they say, we don't either. So seeing that we're at the end of our agenda, we don't really need a motion. I can declare it ended, but I would love to have a motion so that there's participation.
Chair, I move to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn. We now call this meeting adjourned. We are ready to go. I should remind you that our next meeting, and it's nice to have everyone here, so thank you for clearing your schedule so you can be in the meeting. We appreciate all of your voices. October 10th is our next meeting in the new offices.
With a breakfast before, with
A tour and breakfast before. And floor-to-ceiling windows. That doesn't mean you get to stare out the windows the whole time when you get to the next. Thank you all. Enjoy. Good.